Written notice of this meeting of the Berkeley Heights Board of Education was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. On February 20th, 2024, notice of the Board of Education meeting schedule was sent to the Star Ledger and the Courier News, and was also provided to all schools, EPO president, the BHEA president, and that the administration voted. A copy was also provided to the public library and filed with the municipal court. Clerk, please rise and judgment. Now let's allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Superior.
Present.
Mr. Bradford?
Present.
Mr. Borger?
Present. Oops.
Hyman? Here. Ms. Jolly?
Here.
Ms. Khanna?
Here.
Ms. Penna? And Ms. Stanley?
Here. Whereas the Berkeley Heights Board of Education seeks to adjourn to executive session in full compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, NJSA 10-4-6. And whereas the Open Public Meeting Act provides that a public body may exclude the public from that portion of the meeting at which it discusses matters related to those identified below. Matters rendered confidential by federal law, state law, or court rule, individual privacy, collective bargaining agreements, purchase or lease of real property in public interest could be adversely affected. Investment of public funds in public interest could be adversely affected. Tactics or techniques utilized in protecting public safety and property, pending or anticipated litigation, attorney-client privilege, personnel, employment matters affecting specific prospective or current employees. Be it resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education adjourns to executive session to discuss matters related to personnel, student, and legal matters, and be it further resolved that the minutes of the discussion of any of these items will be disclosed to the public when matters have been determined and confidentiality is no longer applicable. May we have a voice vote? I need first and second. First and second.
So moved.
So moved. Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Opposed? Let us go to executive session.
I just have a quick question, Mrs. Bradford. Are we going to keep the meeting on? Okay. Are we going to keep the Zoom session on? Or are we turning it off? Like, what are we doing?
Standing, and there's going to be a sign that says.
Yeah.
Going to executive session.
Thank you. That's one.
What is it?
01, I believe, correct?
I need a first and a second.
First and a second, please.
Well, who's the first?
So moved.
Nope. So we have A Penna and DK. Need a voice vote?
Voice vote, all yay? Yay. Any nays? Are we recording?
Yes.
Thank you. Following our return to public meeting, the first item is appointment of board president. The Union County Interim Executive Superintendent chose Gail Bradford as board president. I will do my very best. Congratulations. Thank you. We are moving on to election of board vice president. Nominations for board vice president, no second is required. The floor is open to motions for vice president. Do
I would
have
like to make a
motion?
motion.
Mrs. Penna,
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Pamela Stanley as vice president.
thank you. Any other nominations?
Yeah,
Yes, Dr. Forger.
I would like to nominate Dipti Khanna.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Okay. We will vote on them individually. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, we'll just wait for the paperwork to come.
Give me one moment here. Okay. Ready whenever you want to.
Okay, we are ready for the nomination of Mrs. Pam Stanley as vice president.
Ms. Akiri,
No.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes,
Dr. Forger.
No,
Forger, I'm sorry,
no,
Mr. Hyman,
no,
Ms. Jolly,
No.
Mrs. Khanna,
No.
Mrs. Penna,
Yes,
Mrs. Stanley. Motion fails.
we'll go forward with the nomination of Mrs. Dipti Khanna for vice president of the board.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mrs. Bradford,
Yes,
Dr. Forger,
yes,
Mr. Hyman,
yes,
Mrs. Jolly,
yes,
Mrs. Khanna,
Yes.
Mrs. Penna,
no,
and Mrs. Stanley. Motion passes.
congratulations. Mrs. Khanna, I look forward to working with you this year and working all together to make the most productive board that we can. Good. We're looking forward now to the report of our student representatives, Jake and Olivia. We have some very good news. So could you please fill us in?
Hello, everyone. As the winter seasons at Governor Livingston come to a close, let's take a moment to reflect on the accomplishments of all our student athletes. The Governor Livingston ice hockey team is still in the midst of defending and securing a third straight state title. They take on the four-seeded Howell today in the state sectional semifinals at Warnanko in Roselle. The Governor Livingston Hockey Athlete of the Month is senior Jeremy Sixnius. Coach Jensen said he has been stellar all season and plays in all situations. He has put up personal record high points while shutting down opposing teams' top lines. The boys basketball team ended their season with a 12-10 record. The boys basketball athlete of the season is senior Patrick McGrath. Coach Loeffler said Patrick McGrath averaged 16 points per game this season and led his team to a 12-10 record. He almost never came off the court as he was the engine that made our team go. Patrick made everyone around him better, either by making the unselfish pass to get someone a better look than he had, or when he would instruct other players on the floor where to be. The girls basketball team ended the season with a 9-13 record. The girls basketball athlete of the season is senior Sarah Castrovinci. Coach Eckert said Sarah was one of the team captains this year and led by example on and off the court. She worked her way back from multiple ACL tears sustained during her sophomore and junior year. This didn't stop her from playing in every game this season. She was our defensive leader and fearless on the boards, finishing with 158 points and over 170 rebounds. The boys' swimming team ended the season with a 6-5 record, losing in the final round of the state sectional tournament. The boys' swimming athlete of the season is junior Caden Wong. Senior captain Jack Wargowski said, as a humble athlete, Caden always comes ready to swim, and we can rely on him to win his races. The girls' swimming team ended their season with a 9-4 record and finished as state sectional champions for the second consecutive year. The girls' swimming athlete of the season is, well, the whole team. Senior captain Maddie Kinney said, I feel like I can't name one athlete. In the best way possible, there are multiple girls who contributed to not only the win, but the overall morale of the team. We have some really fast swimmers who would get first or second in all of their events, and girls who get third, fourth, and fifth in all of their events, which contributed to our victory at meets throughout the season. The boys' fencing team finished the season with a 7-7 record, and the girls' fencing team finished 5-7. The fencing athlete of the season is senior Stephen Yu. Coach Wang said Stephen is the top fencer on the boys' foil squad, responsible for a historic triumphing run over the #1 foil squad in the state, Bernards High School, to win the District 5 foil championships. Stephen has a 23-6 individual record this season, a fierce style of play, and a deep love of the sport that shows in how he coaches his teammates and how he patiently mentors young students at practice who are trying fencing for the first time. The wrestling team finished their season with a 22-5 record. The wrestling athlete of the season is junior Nate Faxon. Coach Liberato said Nate has had a phenomenal season, accomplishing 36 wins this year, with 35 of them coming by pin. Nathan Faxon is striving to be on the podium this year at the New Jersey Wrestling State Tournament in Atlantic City for the first time in his career. Faxon is an incredible athlete and handles himself with poise and determination each time he steps on the mat. Thank you.
Good evening. Throughout the month of February, GL has been celebrating Black History Month. The GL Unfiltered Club and Diversity Committee held a movie watch party for Hidden Figures as part of the celebration. Additionally, the Saga Club has been highlighting Black LGBTQ+ members and their accomplishments. Recently, the Highlander Robotics team won first place at a league tournament, qualifying them for the state championships. Beginning this morning, as a part of morning announcements, GL has been revealing who was awarded each senior superlative for the class of 2024. Looking ahead, many community-oriented activities are coming to GL, including a blood drive on Friday, March 1st. Any students or staff over the age of 16 are encouraged to participate, as one person's donation can save 3 lives. During the week of March 11th, GLHS juniors will be taking the NJGPA exam as a part of their graduation requirements. On March 22nd and 23rd, the GL Creative Art Festival will be held, featuring visual art, videos, and literature. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those reports. We send our very best to our athletes and to our academics and to our cultural, and we appreciate your keeping us abreast of what's going on in our schools. We're moving now to the report of the superintendent. Dr. Varley.
Just have a quick jump in here. 2 things for the board before Dr. Varley goes. This is from Mr. Nixon. The board members have been receiving emails regarding the Unsung Hero luncheon that's going to take place. If you can let him know tomorrow if anyone's going to be attending that, so we can make the proper make sure you're on the list to go. I believe Ms. Bradford went last year. So let him know tomorrow the latest. And also a notice will be going out to parents at GL either tomorrow or the latest Wednesday, discussing the NJSLA testing schedule. And Governor Livingston is looking to do delayed openings on those days of testing. So that notice will be going out to parents and students tomorrow, if not the latest Wednesday. I just want to make the board update. I just want to update the board on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Giordano. Olivia and Jake, you always share the greatest news with us. We've got the girls swim team and we've got the hockey team again. So thank you so much for sharing your information. I'm going to keep my part, my actual spoken part, very brief. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Swisher from Supley and Clooney and Company for our audit report.
Our student representatives can leave at any time.
I don't want to stay for this. It's very exciting stuff. I'm here to present the fiscal year 23 annual comprehensive financial report and also the auditor's management report. Districts are required to have an audit done every year by an independent auditor, and you have 2 reports that the state requires. The first one I'd like to talk about is the auditor's management report. That's the smaller of the 2 reports. There's 9 categories the state has us concentrate on when we do our auditing procedures. If we have any findings and recommendations, they'll be listed.
I think it's not presented.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can't hear you back here.
Also,
Better?
Dr. Wardley, we have transportation system up. Are we not presenting anything?
just.
Oh, okay.
Presentation.
No.
No, I didn't think so.
So yeah, so you have 2 findings and recommendations in the auditor's management report that I'd just like to read into the record. The first finding and recommendation is a repeat finding and recommendation from the prior year, and it deals with your food service. The finding is that we noted that the food service fund operated at a deficit as of June 30, 2023. And the recommendation is that the food service fund operating deficit be provided for prior to year end. Your food service has been at a deficit for the last 2 years, and you have not provided for that deficit. The main way you usually provide for that deficit would be to allocate money from your general fund budget to cover that deficit. The second recommendation, finding and recommendation deals with your ASSA, your application for state school aid. We noted several differences between what was reported on the application for state school aid and what was reported on the district supporting work papers. Each year, you guys have a count of number of students on hand as of October 15th, and you have work papers that support those count, supports that count. When we came in to do our ordering procedures, the amounts on the work papers did not agree to your final application that went to the state of New Jersey. Those are the only 2 findings and recommendations that we had. You guys have to prepare a corrective action plan, will be prepared by the business administrator and approved by the board to remedy those findings.
I just want to point out that the audit comments for the ASSA were last year.
Microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Those reported findings are for the 22-23 year. For this current year, when they did come about for the ASSA, a procedure was written. I had Mr. Swisher and his team come in to take a look, and everything is fine. So it won't be a repeat comment for next year. And we're addressing the deficit for the cafeteria food service fund, and it's being approved this evening. So hopefully we won't have either one of those 2 comments for next year.
Sounds good. The other report you have tonight is your annual comprehensive financial report. These are your financial statements, your notes to the financial statements, and then other schedules that the state of New Jersey or the federal government requires to have in the report. We get these records from the business office. We apply our ordering procedures, then we render an opinion on those financial statements. Most districts will receive either a unmodified opinion or a modified opinion. Modified opinion would be if we had any issues with any of the numbers that were in the financial statements. I'm happy to report that the district received an unmodified opinion. That means the financial statements we feel are fairly stated. From a financial standpoint, the district had a good year. The district started the year off with a little over $9.4 million in surplus and ended the year with a little over 11.2. The components of that surplus were year-end encumbrances of $686,000, excess surplus from the current year of $1.4 million, excess surplus from the prior year of $788,000, capital reserve of $3,998,000, maintenance reserve of a little over $1 million, unemployment of $436,000, unassigned fund balance of $1,276,000, and then assigned fund balance designated for subsequent years of $1,617,000. So fiscally, the district had a good year. Are there any specific questions on either of the 2 reports?
Dr. Forger?
Yes. Okay, you got us this report. The report is due in December each year in order to comply with statutory deadlines, but we didn't receive it until January 24th, so it was late. And as far as I can tell, it's been late for the last 2 years. How can we assist you in getting the report to us on time, ideally in December? And when do you first receive all the district data and reports that you need to do your work?
Just to clarify, the deadline is usually December 5th every year. The last 2 years prior to this, the state extended the deadline in a roundabout fashion until I believe it was March 1st. This past year, they formally extended the deadline till January 15th. This report was not issued till January 24th. In order to get the audit done in a more timely fashion, we did have a few issues with the turnover in BAs. So the financial reports that we usually request were not ready when we usually come in. We usually come in the beginning of August. Unfortunately, it's been a problem with a lot of our districts across the state. But I would say the biggest issue would be if we have all the financial reports ready by August 15th. That would expedite the audit.
Okay, and when you receive something from the district office, are you in a position to say, no, that doesn't comply with the regulations and bounce it back for revisions?
You mean from the business office here?
Yeah, that's where you get your data, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually we'll come in probably in the beginning of August and start our audit procedures based on if the financial reports are ready. Unfortunately, the state of New Jersey, over the last couple of years, some of their information that we have to put into this audit report has not been ready on time. That was a hold up over the last couple of years. The past year, they got the information ready for us, I think, in November. Which once again, that kind of holds up. We usually have to come in August to do our auditing, but then we have to wait for the state to get their report. And like I said, a couple of the other reports that we usually get from the finance office, we're not ready until November and December.
Okay, because I've been looking at the org chart, and the one that we got has the wrong year for it. We need the one for 22-23. So we have an out-of-date org chart. Second, it shows a position of Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Education and Intervention that no longer exists. And also, there's a regulation quoted NJAC 6A23A-6.5, which states that the functions of human resources and payroll shall be segregated and completed by different employees in all school districts. The functions of purchasing and accounts payable shall be segregated and completed by different employees. And then the crucial one is school districts shall include in the comprehensive annual financial report, the CAFR, detailed organizational charts for the central office that tie to the school district's position control logs, including but not limited to the business, human resources, and information management functions. So what I'd like to see is that chart fixed to show those required things. Could you help us on that?
Yeah, that's kind of out of our hands. We put whatever chart the business office gives us into the
Yeah,
report.
I'm wondering if you could bounce it back and say it's not in compliance with the regulations.
I've never seen that done before, but I will
Okay.
take that into consideration.
Undoubtedly, yes. Now, business type activities increased from 181,000 approximately in 2022 to 1.1 million in 2023. That's a pretty big jump for food services. Do you know why, or what is the reason for that substantial increase, or is that not in your
Is there
database?
is there a schedule you're referring to?
Page 23 of the audit?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a chart that comes from different other numbers in here. I'd have to delve into that a little further to give you an
Okay.
answer on that.
All right.
I can provide that to AJ.
All right. We earned in page 84, we earned interest of $437 on a balance of somewhere between 500,000 and $1 million. That's a rate of only 0.0875%. Do you know how we can do better than that?
New Jersey Cash Management is a good fund to invest
Okay.
in.
I think we're moving to that, yes. Page 89 showed miscellaneous revenues for 250,000, but we budgeted 400,000. What are miscellaneous revenues and why did we fall short of the budget amount by 150,000?
Miscellaneous revenues would be anything that doesn't fall into any of your other,
Okay.
any other categories that you budgeted for.
All right.
Interest would be in there. And maybe reimbursements of prior year costs may be in there. I can't speak to, budgeting and what you actually realize. We don't look into,
Okay.
budget first.
All right. Just have one last question. Page 89. In a section called revenue and another section called expenditures. And right after total revenues is a line called withdraw from cap reserve excess cost on other capital projects. For 569,000. So we budgeted 569, but we didn't actually take out anything. Can you tell me why the budget withdrawal did not happen? And what is the effect on the tax levy of budgeting for withdrawal?
No, the withdrawal did happen. It's in the financial statements, the way the state wants them presented. It's just a reallocation of surplus. It's not realizing a revenue since it is fund balance. So that money was used to balance your budget.
But why would if there was no withdrawal, then, okay, so withdrawal shows zero actual. So that means there was no withdrawal, right?
The way these financial statements, the way the state wants to provide them,
Yeah.
you just put it in the original budget column, and it's basically a reallocation of your surplus in the end. So it doesn't show in the actual, but the withdrawal was made, and you did use that money to balance your budget.
Can I-
Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
I ask a follow-up? So
Uh,
if we.
Mrs. Zakiri, would you like to ask a question? You may.
Wow, okay. So a follow-up to Tom's question is, if we withdrew and it's still showing as a zero, where will we see this withdrawal?
It's just the way the statements are, the way the state of New Jersey wants the statement to
No,
show.
I understand the state of New Jersey wants us to show the format this way,
Mhm.
but based on which particular report are you making the determination that the withdrawal actually happened? Where will the board members, if I want to see this withdrawal, based on the reports that are in the audit report, we're seeing a zero withdrawal. You're saying a withdrawal did happen. So where will we see this?
It's much like when you actually anticipate surplus every year also. But you don't see that realized as a revenue because it's basically, it's surplus being used to support your budget. So it doesn't show in the financial statement. It's a revenue. When you look at the budgetary statement, the revenue budget is less than what your appropriations are by the fund balance that you're using.
Okay, so my question is, what did you see that made you come to a conclusion that a withdrawal did happen? What was the document?
The approved budget.
The approved?
Yeah, when you have your budget approved,
Yes.
there was a revenue for withdrawal from capital reserve.
There was a line item.
Yeah,
for
a
withdrawal.
revenue line item.
But actually, did it happen? Did you see anything?
Yeah, there's nothing for me to see. It's an accounting adjustment. Much like when you anticipate you also anticipate surplus.
Mhm.
That does not show as a revenue in here on those statements either.
Okay,
It's just about unfortunately, it's a confusing statement, but if you look at your revenues that were budgeted compared to what
I'm
you're,
asking, let's stay on the topic here. So
Okay.
on the 569 that we are seeing as it has never been withdrew, you're making a statement that it was withdrawn.
Mhm.
So what did you see that was presented from the district that is making you make this determination that we did have a withdrawal?
the approved state budget.
Mrs. Zakiri, thank you for your question.
No, I.
Is there anything else? Any other questions?
So
Ms.
I,
Jolly?
is this a
Ms.
question?
Jolly
to the
has the floor.
Board administrator or?
Mhm.
I mean, I don't think you'd be able to answer anything different than me.
Okay.
Ms. Jolly, do you have a question?
Sure. Just real quick on the 569,
Mhm.
how would it appear on that schedule if a withdrawal did not happen?
Whenever you have a budget withdrawal, that's the approval to make it happen. So when that budget is adopted, that means the money is being used to help fund the budget.
Well, I guess on that schedule that Dr. Fargo was referring to, there's no actual, but a withdrawal happened.
Correct.
If a withdrawal did not happen, would that line item look any different?
There would not be with the budget being adopted, that is the authorization to withdraw the money. It's the same thing, like I said, when you adopt your budget, you also use surplus to help fund the budget. That does not appear as an actual revenue anywhere in the document.
Okay,
Um,
thank you.
I have a follow-up question on the,
Mrs. Akiri, you have one follow-up question. You may go ahead.
as of now, it's one. Can I have more or? are
We
they
need
not
to move
certain?
on, so please ask your
Yes,
question.
we need to move on, and there is an agenda item, with all due respect, Mrs. Bradford, that we have to approve and accept these findings. So I think this presentation is for the board with the auditor.
Mrs.
to-
Akiri,
yeah,
please ask your question.
Yes, so because we presented this or submitted it to the state later than the deadline,
Mhm.
what is the impact?
There is no impact. In years past, if the order was submitted after deadline, it may take off points on your QSAC.
Okay,
But since it's been an issue for the whole state of New Jersey over the last couple of years, they've decided to not have any penalties.
so there's going to be no QSAC. Where
Yeah.
can we find this information?
The county superintendent could tell you
Do
that.
you have anything in writing that you can share with the business administrator and we can see that there won't be any impact on QSAC?
Yeah, I could probably email something to AJ.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Dr. Barley.
And now, thank you so much.
on. I have a question.
Oh, okay. Mrs. Khanna.
Thank you. I have a question on, this is page 33 on the fund balances. Is the right way to read that page as the total fund balance is 11.3 million, out of which the capital reserve account has 3.998 million. The maintenance reserve account has 1 million and some change. The excess surplus is $1.45 million. And then you have, I guess, what's excess surplus designated for expenditures, meaning it's already
It's being used in the next year's budget.
it's being
Yeah.
used in the next year's budget, so that's
Yes.
788K.
Mhm.
Mike, and then there are some assigned balances in there that adds up to the 11.3 million. If I go back and look at the excess surplus line item, the $1.45 million, should I be thinking that when we start the budget planning process for, 2024, 2025,
Yes.
we have a starting point of $1.4 million that's available?
You have to start with that. You have to
We-
use
we
that.
have that, yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and then depending on, what we have, the items that go in the budget, we may or may not need the 2% levy.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can go
it's-
above that.
It's up to the board to decide if we do want to go all the way to 2%, or we go and use this $1.4 million.
Yeah, yes, at least 1.4, but you can use more to your discretion.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr.
on-
Barley.
I have on a surplus, on surplus. So.
Mrs. Akiri, can we move on to our next presentation, please?
It's
Thank
just
you.
one quick question on surplus. So how did we end up with the surplus that we currently have?
That excess,
Yes.
the state of New Jersey has a calculation that there requires every district.
No, which budget line item? Is it from health benefits based on what you gave us?
Well, if
in
you generate your
the-
surplus, it's any of your appropriations, unspent appropriations, then any excesses you
So
have
which
above.
line item gave us like $500,000? Is it health benefits? Like based on what you submitted to us, it looked like it came from health benefits account. Is that an accurate assumption?
I couldn't tell you right now because that statement where you're looking at the C1, it has encumbrances in there also.
No, it's in B2, I guess. It's in section B2.
Section B2 is just your actuals. It's not going to show you what's lapsing appropriation.
No, what was saved, what we didn't spend in actuals will go into surplus. Is that a correct assumption from health benefits?
Yeah, I can't tell you exactly how much you did not spend because in this document here, in the actual column, it doesn't include encumbrances. So your health benefits line. Your health benefits line, it's showing $765,000 of unspent money.
760,000?
Approximately $765,000. There may be an encumbrance in there where we may have, encumbered some money for that health benefit. That's
Okay.
not assume, but odds are it's probably about $700,000.
So this is included in the 1.5.
Yeah, that
Okay.
that generates your surplus.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Swisher. Thank you for your time. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Cooner and his team to come up and talk about transportation.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent. Looking forward to the opportunity to present our study that we did for you on your transportation. We were asked back in September of last year to conduct a study on your transportation department. And we did a lot of things over the past several months. And the purpose of our study was to provide you with recommendations that could enhance and provide the students of Berkeley Heights with the safest, most efficient transportation possible over and above what they're already receiving. So to move forward, can I move the slides forward?
Yeah, I think just hit the arrow button. It should. Is there an arrow button there?
Cool.
Perfect.
So I'd like to introduce Patrick Doyle is a retired state trooper who is on our team. Patrick, if you would give a little bit about yourself.
Absolutely, sure. Yeah. I spend my time now walking school properties and riding my bicycle along paths that school children take and following buses, quite honestly. So I make my trade doing that. I'm a certified traffic analyst, so I look at traffic not from an engineer's perspective, but from the way humans use traffic and how they interact, especially on a school level. And I also reconstructed probably more than 200 fatal accidents. So I look at causation and what causes accidents and what leads to them, both from a human perspective and from engineering, design, and where that all merges together. So I do that in the school environment, and that's why I'm here. So.
And another member of our team is Ingrid Ritano. Ingrid, if you just a little bit about yourself.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm capable of that. I've been in this industry 49 years. I started out as a bus driver. I have been president of STS. I have been a part of the rodeo. I organized and ran the New Jersey State Rodeo for bus drivers training. I taught at Rutgers. I've been at in districts. I've been transportation director in most. I retired out and I do certified training. I do driver handling. I do accident review. Name it, I think I could do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And a little bit about myself. I've been in transportation in the state of New Jersey for over 40 years. I've been called on by the state and some other government agencies as an expert witness in different things as it relates to student transportation within the state of New Jersey. I retired from North Brunswick Board of Ed as their transportation supervisor there for 20 years. The agenda for tonight, we have our introductions, we have the assessment scope, the definitions, the methodology that we used, what our findings were, and the next steps. So the scope of what we tracked onto was in transportation, the bus management system that you currently use, technology, the hiring, the training. We looked at your courtesy busing as far as consistency, necessity, and efficiency. And with the courtesy busing ties hand in hand with hazardous routes. And that's a big item that we really need to discuss, and we'll go into a little bit deeper here. One of the things that we found was with your transportation administration, your bus management and the technology, we made a recommendation of changing the system that you had. You were using a nice system, but there were other systems out there that would give you a lot more as far as your transportation when you file your state reports and they tie into reports like the ASSA and things along those lines. And my understanding is that the board did approve going forward with a new vendor, and I think that's an excellent step that's going to help your transportation department immensely. As I said, we looked at courtesy busing, and then we also looked at hazardous roads. And at this point, I'm going to let Patrick talk to you about hazardous roads and what we looked at. So Patrick?
Yep. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I wanted to start off with a little bit of a definition. Hazardous from the school perspective is really what you deem it to be hazardous. It's not what the police department says. And by the way, their opinion is most important in this, as is your civil engineer, Department of Public Works. Everybody has a different definition. Some of them more scientific than others. Others are perhaps more about the community and what their expectation is, but you get to determine what hazardous is in terms of the way you look at the way children are transported to school or not transported. So it's not nebulous or vague in any way, except that it is kind of a totality of circumstances to get to determine that. Because children, we design roads. I'll just give you a little idea of how you design roads, right? You have them meet certain standards and they're super elevated, meaning they're pitched in one way or another to make rain run off and they make cars stay on the road. But the way children use that road is much different. If a road is super elevated, a child's walking uphill. But it's critical that it has to be that way because the rain has to run off to the right side of the road. That may be hazardous even though the road is perfectly safe. So you have to look at it holistically and say, the way children and your staff and other people use the school and coming to and from the schools, that may be completely different than the way somebody driving a Honda Accord 2024 with perfect visibility has on a clear, dry day. It meets those standards, but it doesn't meet your standards or your use needs. So that's why we say hazardous is really the way you use the road, the way you use the sidewalks and the way you use things other than roads, transportation methods to get here. So it's important to note that it's your opinion, that of the superintendent, the board, and your professional staff and your police department and other departments in town. They determine what's hazardous. It's not this bright line. It meets scientific engineering standards. Because I'll suggest that this is a perfectly safe town, well, this town, Berkeley Heights, to drive in. I find no real extreme conditions that aren't relatively well cared for. In some cases, an intersection could be a little better and maybe could be, improved on with something simple. But the reality is that same intersection has a different perspective if you're a school child or if you're looking after school children and you have door-to-door responsibility, right? So that's why I want you to just at least get the mindset of that. If you think it's hazardous, even if the police department doesn't, that's okay. Because your definition can be different than theirs. You're not versus them in that. So that's something to consider. We're going to take questions at the end, Ray. Would that be best? Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure this isn't about the police department says it's a perfectly safe town. It is. I found no reason to doubt that a car drives through the roads and has virtually no problems. Obviously, I would improve some things, but they're not inherently dangerous to them. But for school children, it's different. And especially when you expect them to walk and cross roads, or they ride bicycles, or they come in cars, or your buses transport them. And one final point is a bus, and Ingrid can tell you this from years of doing it, a bus is a much different vehicle. It's a much different vehicle than any other vehicle that goes on your roads. Not only is the cargo the most precious thing that transports through the town, but the vehicle is different. It's made to carry a lot of people relatively short distances, and it does that quite well. But hills and shady spots and mold on roadways and things like that, they have a bigger impact on the bus driver and its cargo than does an oil tanker going through town or something else, some truck that's loaded heavy. So just keep in mind that your definition is most important. We help you with that. Your transportation professionals and the county and others can help you define what hazardous is. So this is an important designation, I'll say. I'll touch methodology too, Ray. When we looked at your situation, we'll call a transportation situation, we assessed it, we looked at documents, we looked at everything you had, and we suggested some you don't have. And we're going to talk about those in hazardous route policy coming up. So we looked at the maps, the routes, the software, and all the things that you use to create a transportation policy, right? When I say we did a field examination of these, I literally brought my bike and rode the paths to the school, some of the walking paths that cut through parks and things like that. So we looked at every angle of this, not every single road in every house, but we looked at every major pathway to a school, including the way the buses come, the way people come on foot, and the way people drop kids off in cars, right? We made special attention to certain roads, which really seemed hazardous, like you'll say Diamond Hill or Snyder or one of these very busy roads. They're obviously, it's almost in a duh moment. Of course it is. It's high volume traffic. It has 40-mile-an-hour speed zones, et cetera. But we even went to some local small roads, which you say, well, I don't think that's hazardous. And we'll point out ways in which other roads can be hazardous, even if they're not the busiest ones in town. So we paid special attention to those. And that's how we looked at what to study, because not every single square foot of paved surface or non-paved surface in the town was looked at, but we think we covered every major hazardous area that you have in town. That's our methodology, right? And the hazardous route criteria rating, we use a rubric that's been in use. In fact, Ingrid invented it to some degree, I would say, or maybe to the entire degree. And we talk about this professionally, her and I, and we added and took some things away from it. Basically, a rubric, now you can use it. You can use it yourself, or you can develop your own. Remember, it's your opinion that's important about how you administer the use of the money in the transportation system. But the rubric is quite helpful because it gives you the 25 things you ought to think about. Speed limit, angle of the road, is the sight line good, is the sun in the eyes of a winter driver, is it downhill? In some cases, we find bus stops at the bottom of a hill when the children, most of them come from near the top of the hill. And we say, well, the rubric points out that at the bottom, that's an unsafe stop. But if the bus could stop at the top and get children, and some of them could walk uphill, it would be a much safer way. So the rubric can help you kind of design where you think a road is hazardous and even look at ways to improving bus stops individually. So the rubric is a really important way because it looks at those four aspects: the roadways, walkways, the grade level, how students interact. So the rubric is quite helpful. So I hope you'll use it going forward. We certainly use it to assess your hazardous route conditions. Want to jump in on this, or?
So, thank you. In addition, we also referred to, as we went along, to New Jersey Title 1839, as well as through the Administrative Code for Transportation, Title 6A. And we made sure that we followed the guidelines that are established in both of those documents. As we said, our findings, the management system needed to be enhanced, the software. We found that some of the courtesy busing areas were to be in non-hazardous areas, unnecessary, and there were some inconsistencies. Hazardous roads, several roadways found to be hazardous. All 5 studied exceeded the hazardous points on our rubric. Both bus and pedestrian risks were found, routing inefficiencies and inconsistencies, and there is a lack of policy. One of the things we noted is you do not have or have not had a policy as it regards to hazardous busing, nor as to transportation in general. So we have worked with the administrative team on a policy to put together for you to approve. The assessment findings: transportation needed enhancing, as I said, the software, other factors. Parents are currently boarding special education busing to buckle their students onto the bus in their seats. Our recommendation is to train your staff and the students and bus aides to buckle their students on. You have a huge liability by allowing a parent to step foot on any school vehicle at any time. There are all kinds of reasons that we could spend tonight talking about. From a legal aspect, you do not allow any parent on the bus for any reason at all. We recommended, as I said, training the bus aides, having maybe an opening day, like a little demonstration, and talk to the students as they board the bus on the first day, and remind the parents to talk to their students to know how to get in and out of the seat and the seat belt properly. It's important to note that in Title 6A, the way the wording reads, that a school bus driver is only responsible to assure that a seat belt on the vehicle is in operating condition. That bus driver is not allowed out of his or her seat to go buckle up a student or unbuckle a student. Their responsibility is to make sure that the seat belts on a bus are in operating condition. On the courtesy busing, some of the busing areas we found, as I said, were inconsistent. We'll go back. What strikes us most is if you look at the maps that we had provided, you'll see the orange areas are areas where students are being courtesy bus. The yellow are walkers. And then there are pink areas in between. You'll see there's some pink here in these areas. Those are what we consider to be a hazardous bus route. Students that live along those routes should be bused And by having a hazardous bus policy in place, you do a few things. One, you've covered your district as far as why you're transporting those students. In addition, you're missing an opportunity for funding because you have not had a hazardous bus policy in the past. Any student that lived along a hazardous route that you were busing, you were not getting funding for. By having a hazardous policy, they adjust the formula on your efficiency rating so that you are funded for those courtesy quote unquote bus students. So you may have students that live in here that would be courtesy bus. They're under the 2.5 or the 2 mile radius. But because you've identified this and you have a policy on record as identifying those routes as hazardous, they now count towards your efficiency rating and it goes up. So your funding is a little bit more increased. So you've missed out on that all of these years. Power Chief, do you want to talk about the hazardous route, why we identified?
Sure. And as I said, the rubric helps us because it gives us a place to start. In fact, in most cases, it's most of the information we need when we look at a road or an intersection. But in some cases, it's not the total picture because the rubric might say that it's an even call, right? The numbers don't, our rubric doesn't say it's hazardous or it's non-hazardous. Well, it's easy to see when you enter a roadway where there's no sidewalks, which is okay, by the way, it's flat, even surface is okay to walk on. But when that surface is entirely on private property or is flat and even, but is much too close to the road and the road itself is narrow to begin with, we say that it's hazardous. And there is some flexibility in that for you to have that happen. In a town like Berkeley Heights, which is quite hilly once you're out of the downtown area, is often in shade, paint and masking surfaces to create crosswalks erode much faster than they do in other towns. Even some of your neighboring towns don't have this kind of decay in the paint. It's not that you're using poor paint or your public works department is not affixing it right. You use more salt than other towns. They're in shade, so mold decays them. So a road that is otherwise normal in the beginning of the year, by the time the end of the winter is done, it could have decayed to the point where it's got a slippery surface. Mold is slippery. We all know that. There's some areas where they have old slate sidewalks. They're private, obviously, and other things. They become hazardous at times of the year when they're not hazardous in the warmer weather. So there is some flexibility to determine what is hazardous and what is not. And we looked at, for instance, in the areas that were courtesy busing, there's quite a few, or at least 1 or 2 roads where I find no hazards of any kind. I think what happened is it just fell into a courtesy busing because of maybe the distance to the school or the age of the population that was going to go to that school. But the reality is some areas which are in courtesy busing or are thought to be hazardous are not. So we just suggest use of that rubric. Use it, start with it. You can always add to it, certainly your own understanding of it and your knowledge of the neighborhoods and the way people come and where the light comes through at certain times. You can add those to it. You can add to the rubric, but we didn't look at them without a baseline of a rubric, which is used everywhere. This rubric is used quite widely. And I suggest that you use it at least as a starting point for determining what is hazardous, what is not, and who should get courtesy busing based on that. So I hope that helps. And one street might be different than the other, even though they look the same. When you look at it according to the rubric, you go, wait, there's one factor that is just makes it, yes. And again, it could be the sun in the winter. In some streets, we all know the street, right? You know when it's coming, come December, you literally can't see the cars in front of you. That's a danger to the pedestrians, more so than even cars. So just keep that in mind. It can change depending on the time of year. So help them.
As we go through, you can see. So here's the Woodruff sending area. And again, the students that are in the orange or the pink area is hazardous busing that we're recommending you identify as. The ones in the orange area, they're rated as they're eligible for transportation. They're over, in this case, the 2 mile radius. So they would be eligible. You're going to get funding for them no matter what. But these students are under it. And if you have them identified, you would be getting some type of funding. And I think it's important to know that you're not the only school district in the state of New Jersey looking at their courtesy busing right now. I've been contacted by several, and I think of the 624 school districts, there's probably at least a third of them that are looking at their courtesy busing at this time, because budgets are tough. And with that 2% cap, they have to look at everything to make that 2% cap. So there's a lot of school districts, and it's a very emotional time. But courtesy busing is being looked at all over the state of New Jersey. This is the Hughes sending area, the Mary Kay. There's really not a lot of, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention one thing about the Mary Kay Mount Park sending area, especially Mary Kay School itself. In the main road that runs in front of it, I deemed that section as hazardous because the rubric told me so. The reality is it's not a very dangerous street per se, and it, you know, has good sight lines, et cetera. But the entry to that school is at Hillcrest. And the Hillcrest, the crosswalk is obliterated and can't be seen from both directions. So you can easily get a road off of the hazardous bad list, I would say, by improving simple things like signage or making sure that that crosswalk is painted twice a year, or probably won't be twice a year, but once every other year as opposed to once every 5 years. It also has, in one direction, it's a school zone designated, so for slower speed, I think it goes from 40 to 25. It should go to 20, yeah. And in the other direction, there is no designation. And I mean, how did that happen? I imagine I found an old signpost there that was clipped off, probably from an accident, somebody slid off the road, and the sign was just never put up. So in one direction, you're not alerted that there's a school ahead. In the other direction, it's quite fine, and there's plenty of alerts and signs to indicate that. It's a relatively simple fix, and then it's a much safer intersection. So I just wanted to point that out about Mary Kay, and I think it was also designated as an early child development center, so it's not a full school, so probably no one walks to the school. But nonetheless, it is still not a school zone, and it should be, because people should be slowing from 40 to 25 when they're coming in one direction. It's certainly no different than they're coming in the other direction. Pretty simple fix. And so it's something that you just need to stay on top of by doing this hazardous route review every few years, certainly every 5 years, if not sooner. So just a point about that district.
As we move on, the Columbia sending district. So this is where it really struck us in that the students in this area here should be, if there was designated hazards, they would be transported because they are under the 2-mile radius. But they are getting busing now, they're getting courtesy busing. When the students here meet the same criteria and they're not getting transportation. So there's a discrepancy there.
Can you name the streets? Because we can't.
Excuse me, we're
make
going to
out-
wait for questions till the end. Thank you.
I'm just asking for the
Thank you.
presentation to be more, like, we
It'll
can't
be
see.
defined in a minute, you'll get that. And then with the high school here, all of these students here are eligible because they're over the 2.5 mile. We've identified some hazardous roads, even though these students are relatively close. There's a hazardous road here that we feel they should be labeled hazardous, as well as students in this area. I'll let you talk on the hazardous.
Yeah. So I hope, and we'll answer questions about it, you have a understanding of when we say hazardous, it's not some bright line set of facts that an engineer would look at, but they certainly can be included in that because their opinion is important to it. But your opinion on top of it, or in addition to that, is quite important. But I found that these aren't just for the pedestrians in your system, they're for the buses as well. In some cases, a route can be hazardous because the bus has a difficult time accelerating or difficult time stopping. Doesn't mean that we can't use a bus there. It just means that, or shouldn't use one. It just means that there may be some rerouting that would have the bus stop, as I said, at the top of the hill as opposed to making a stop at the bottom. So they're both pedestrian and bus risks bound, and to some degree risks to the people that are coming to drop off children in cars, but that's much lesser because they're more agile and the drivers only have one person to watch, not 50 or something like that. So not so much the cars, but certainly bus and pedestrian risks. And I would say the risk is highest, although not high, and certainly not high compared to other schools. It's just that you don't have a policy by which to point to. The risk to pedestrians is probably highest, if I had to say. Buses are pretty good at it. Drivers are good. They like their job. There's something that they're members of the community usually and all that. So you get a benefit that they're they're invested in the place. So they drive carefully. And I followed them and I couldn't really find any. I mean, once in a while, you'll see one that maybe, has to go past a stop sign, but it's almost like you have to do that. They stop and then they nudge out. Who doesn't do that? I did that, coming here tonight. So I don't find that they're a big part of the risk. The routes themselves are, and the pedestrians are more at risk. So busing less of a risk in terms of the way the buses are operated. They also seem in great shape. We didn't do a study of the buses, but I happened to look at many of them while we were following bus routes, and I think they were in quite good shape. The routing and inconsistency is another thing that Ray pointed out in your software. I think you're already embarking on that. Is going to help quite a bit. I'll give you one example. On the other side, north towards, let's say, Morristown, on the north side of the main street, buses go into that small neighborhood over there and they come back across. Your busing software had them going directly across an uncontrolled intersection, across the main street, across the, the commercial district. That's just hard to do in any car. So the bus can easily make a right and then turn left and come past the middle school. But instead, the routing software forces the bus driver to go across that main street. And of course, there's parking on all sides of the main street, right? On all sides. So it's hard to see in a car. You have to pull out. So the bus has to pull out quite a distance in order to see left and right. And even then, it's hard to get across in a bus. Just making the bus do right turns and then left turns with the assist of a left turn lane. In one switch, the busing software made it easier for that bus to get across and continue on its route. It doesn't need to go straight across. True, that's most efficient from a transportation standpoint. We don't want to waste diesel fuel for what it costs. But the point is making it make a right and then a quick left, not a quick left, making it right and then a left is so much safer for everyone. And it doesn't affect anybody's stop. There was no stop on the other side anyway. So that's just one point about the inefficiency of the busing software. And as we said, the policy, if you have a policy and you have the rubric, I mean, to me, you're 3/4 of the way there, and then just use it periodically to redefine, because roads will change, new subdivisions will be cut in. Some areas with houses may become parks, other areas that were open areas will become housing development. So you have to revisit it. So those are kind of the explanations of the hazardous policy.
To further explain the bus routing system, the system you were using, as I said, it was a good system, but it didn't have a lot of bells and whistles. The new system that you're going to, situations like Patrick just explained to you, you can put it into the system right on the roadway. Buses are not allowed to enter that, no right on red, so that it's a safeguard when your bus person, when Kelly is putting the routes together, you can't miss it because it's automatically built into the program. So the program will not allow that bus to make that turn or to go straight. It's that sophisticated. You can put into this bus routing system peak periods of time. If you know that from 9 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock, Mountain Avenue is piece of cake. You can ride right through it. But try doing it from 6:30 in the morning to 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a whole different story. You can adjust in your program the speeds from 6:30 in the morning to 9 o'clock. If it's posted at 45 and you're not going to do any more than 25, you can post it and put it into that program, so that what that does is when you're timing out your routes and scheduling bus stops, it gets it pretty accurate to the minute as to when that bus is going to arrive in the morning. Big help to parents so that they can plan their days out. Go ahead.
There we go. So I think we covered most of this, but just a little bit of a summary is, we just think that the transportation management, the software component of it is incredibly important. Personally, I think the three of us, having looked at a lot of schools, worked at them, we probably think a person managing should be solely focused on that and not also driving a bus. But, you have to do what you have to do. We understand that. We're not here to judge you. We're just saying that someone solely focused on transportation seems ideal if you can afford that, so that they're not, in an emergency, they could go out and drive, but having them have a regular route is probably less than ideal and not what we see in other school systems. So in that case, you're probably all off the mark a little bit. So as we said, having the policy is going to be very helpful because you can point to it, use a rubric, develop one on your own. We can help you redevelop that one. There are some out there commercially you can buy, but quite honestly, your opinion you can derive your own opinion from looking at the conditions. So we think the administrator to focus on the busing technology you're already doing, develop that policy. I also offer this to you, happy to help you do this, but I think you already have great relationships with the county DPW, which I think has many of the main roads in town. Your own town Department of Public Works, regular meetings with them are great, and with the police department, who has, by the way, it's a great police department. I know every police department in the state of New Jersey, and this is a very fine one, but involving them in the transportation conundrum you're in, needing to make routes more efficient, et cetera, getting their endorsement of your recommendations, even if you bring to them and say, hey, we don't think it's safe for the bus to go straight across Springfield Avenue. What do you think? I know the police chief's going to say, you know what? I don't think of it that way, but yeah, I second that. How do I support you in that? So I think those are things that are going to help when you make this consortium of transportation related entities and have them be your allies, because they certainly are doing a good job. It's just not tailored to your needs, as I said. One final thing I wanted to mention too is just the consistency of the traffic devices around town. That varies everywhere we go. You'll see crosswalks that are just two straight lines across, some that are the zebra or the ladder stripes, which is greatly preferred around schools. And in some cases, they're, I don't know, seems to be what somebody thought would be a crosswalk, which don't meet any federal or state traffic control standards. So while you're going about this slight changeover in this, I would urge you to, even if it's consistent but not exactly what the state or the federal government says should be your traffic design, consistency is critically important for pedestrians who, they go to the Mary Kay school, they go to Mountain Park, and they end up at the middle school, and then they end up at the high school. I mean, they literally do that. A parent or somebody might drop off a young brother or sister and then pick up a young teen and then pick up a high schooler. And so do the people that drive around your districts, and so do your buses, and so do your visitors to town. They see consistency at these schools and they go, wow, bright yellow sign, school ahead. Next one I'm going to see is the typical crosswalk sign, that points down. That sign is before the crosswalk, not afterward. Another slight critique of what I've seen in town. Sometimes that sign, which says a crosswalk, is after the crosswalk. And the point is to have it before the crosswalk. This way I see it and I say, crosswalk coming up. When I see it and I'm already on the crosswalk, not quite as effective, right? So consistency of that signage, the painting, and the schema, even if it's not exactly according to the standards, I'd be okay with that. Like to see it hit the standards on the way the designs are and the quality of the paint, high, 3M reflective. But if you can't, consistency would be, I think would be most beneficial to this population, your school population, be it the parents, teachers, and the students. So that's it.
Just wanted to expand on what Patrick was saying as far as the transportation management. Having your supervisor in her office when buses are on the road is a critical part of her job. In the event you have a school go on lockdown, there's a bus incident, she needs to be in charge of that incident and control it and communicate to the superintendent, the business administrator, the assistant business administrator, what's going on, and take direction from them. If you're in a lockdown and you need to evacuate a certain portion, that person needs to be able to handle that situation, working hand in hand with your administrators. So it really is key to have her in the office as often as possible, knowing that there are some situations when you have 32 drivers out and you've got 40 runs to cover. Okay, so you're going to hop in a bus, but getting her into the office is really a key to her operations. That's pretty much it.
I wanted to add, and thank you for making us aware of some of the things that were going on, but we did meet with the county. We also met with the town. We had our discussions on some of the things that you had brought to our attention, and they had spoke to it and said, some of the issues they had were staffing at the level here of over the course when we had COVID. Supplies were at a premium, trying to get a hold of those things. What they did take under advisement is relining some of the streets here in town. They do have money in their budget and they will address it. We spoke with them and we'll meet with them, probably speak with them again, probably, I'm going to say maybe March, beginning of spring, to see where the status is of those items that we discussed with them. And hopefully they wouldn't just use paint. They would probably use the material that would stay a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Yes, and not use the paint. So then this way they would do it once and do it right the first time and have it last for a much longer period of time. So some of the things that you had suggested to us, we did speak with them and they will do that.
And to defend them, Public Works, I can speak because my position in North Brunswick, I oversaw buildings and grounds as well. And during COVID, you could not get traffic paint to save your life. State, county, road departments would actually park their vehicles in the parking lot of the distribution center. And I've watched videos at 4 o'clock in the morning, they would get their order. It never made it to the warehouse. It was distributed to all the trucks that were parked there, and state and county took priority. So you couldn't, a township or in a county could not get paint. We couldn't get paint to do the lines in our parking lots around the schools. They laughed at us. So I know your Department of Public Works went through hell to try to get the materials. It's a good thing they're working with you.
And lastly, we have a kickoff meeting for the, with the software company on March 25th at 10 a.m. With myself and Kelly. So that's another thing that's hopefully moving forward.
Thank you so much. We now have 10 minutes for questions. Is someone like to be recognized? Mrs. Penna.
Hi, good evening. Good presentation, thank you. So I just wanted to touch on when you talked about parents not being on the bus. And I know you talked about special aid, but I'm assuming you're talking about like Mary Kay, younger students as well. So how do we ensure if parents are not to be on the buses, how do we ensure that young children and special ed children are strapped in correctly? Since the bus driver can't get out of his seat.
The cruel answer is you have to have bus aids on the vehicle.
Okay.
On your special ed vehicles, as long as it depends on what is in the student's IEP. If a bus aid is not recommended in a student's IEP, you don't need an aid on that bus. But the majority of the time, a bus aid is recommended in the child's IEP for whatever reasons. If there's one student on a vehicle that's required to have an aid on the bus as per the IEP, you have to put an aid on it. That aid oversees all of the students. To go to pre-K, a pre-K student can ride on a regular gen ed bus, doesn't have to go on to a special needs
Correct.
bus.
Correct.
The state of New Jersey, all the buses are equipped with seatbelts. Again, we instruct the parents to help and educate their child at home, and the drivers, when the students board the bus, reminding them to put their seatbelts on as they get on the bus. So it's a real tough thing, but on a special ed van, most of the time, there's going to be at least one student that in the IEP requires a bus aid. And the legal ramifications, if you don't have an aid on the bus and that one student has an IEP that requires it, you have some legal problems that you're going to face.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with a question?
Yes.
Ms. Jolly.
Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. The rubric that you mentioned, can that be shared? Can we see exactly the end result? Because I think we see it on the maps,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
The author says, yes,
Thank you.
shareable. She wants you to use it. She forces me to use it, but I like it. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm
Ms.
not-
Khanna? Oh,
Sorry, I'm not done yet. So, and then looking at the maps and talking about hazardous routes, do you equate, which it seems that you do, based on how you label the color-coded the maps, do you equate courtesy busing with hazardous routes?
They go hand in hand. So if you have a student that in elementary is under the 2 mile and you're providing busing, that qualifies them as a courtesy bus student. If you've identified that area as hazardous, then they would receive transportation. And you would, as I said, you get an increase in your efficiency rating. But technically that student is courtesy bus. But by having that hazardous, you overcome that. And having hazardous helps you in the long run to avoid those inconsistencies. So if this is a courtesy bus area and there's no hazardous, policy, you're going to adopt the policy, will say, no, you don't get busing, unfortunately. If you've identified it as hazardous, then you can go back and put courtesy busing.
Thank you,
Just a-
Miss,
like,
oh,
Sorry, just on that train of thought. So, I believe in terms of the numbers that we report to the state, it's either mandated busing and everything that's non-mandated. And I think the state's definition of courtesy includes everything that's non-mandated. And from our perspective, we also have some kids that are getting free busing. They may or may not be on hazardous routes as you've identified them. But we're also have subscription busing as well. Have you addressed that as part of your review and analysis? And so because it's hard to see, like, so for somebody who's currently getting subscription busing, like where they fall out on these new maps.
So you got to watch how you read the numbers on the state reports, because just because it says you have 100 students that are receiving courtesy bus, that counts in the students that are receiving subscription busing, because technically they are courtesy bused. But not all of them may be accepting the subscription busing, so it skews your numbers. You got to really watch. Two-edged sword. If you say we're not going to name any hazardous routes and we're going to give everybody that lives under the 2 miles busing, the district eats the cost of that. There's no refund, nothing else. If you say, well, we've identified these areas as hazardous, now it's going to, on that one on Columbia where I showed you, the one section's paying for busing because they don't get courtesy, the other's getting courtesy busing. So it would level the playing field by having that hazardous policy.
Mrs. Khanna, question.
Thank you again for the presentation. I have two questions. One is specifically, when we look at the Hughes sending area, there are some areas that are, if you can bring that up. Yeah, okay. So while you bring it up, if you look at that map, it's largely yellow. Yeah, let's stay with this one. It's largely yellow when you look at the streets on the other side of the railroad track. So they are within the 2 miles. And if I can somehow tell you how to identify the railroad tracks,
So right where it's at.
do you know what I'm talking about? Yes, that's the one. In the rubric that you have, how do you define that type of a road, and would that fall, like, it didn't show up as the pink, but if you think about it, these are 3rd, 4th, 5th graders that were technically under 2 miles, but if they choose to walk, it's going to take them 40 minutes and they have to cross the railroad tracks. How does that fall in that rubric?
Each of us are going to answer that.
Yes.
So the railroad track, not inherently hazardous. Don't throw things. Honestly, relatively safe to cross in the areas in which these children cross. I cross all of them. I mean, not preferred that there be a railroad track in town, but it's nice to have a railroad station in town so you can ride it east. So not inherently dangerous, the railroad track. The crossings are all to code. And I watched several crossings of the railroad, and I think there's 12 trains in the morning and I think 12 in the afternoon and a few in the middle of the day. So it's not high volume. I'm more worried about the cars, not inherently dangerous. And I think Ingrid will speak to that as well, but it's not necessarily a hazard because you have a railroad crossing and they're paved and have decent sidewalks that lead up to them. So that's my opinion.
And don't forget, the rubric is open to anything you want to put in there. So if you decide that railroad crossing is a hazard, add it.
Got it.
But be cautious.
Yeah.
As Patrick and Ingrid both have said, just because it's a railroad crossing doesn't mean it's a hazardous road. If you label it and you want railroad, anybody that lives past that railroad, you're going to be busing. All right. And to your point, what if it's going to take a student 40 minutes to get to and from their bus stop? All right. I was a board member, served on a board for 3 years. Unfortunately, sometimes it comes down to parent responsibility. That parent made to choose to take their student to school. How many parents do you have driving your students to school now, dropping them off and picking them up? So it's their decision as to what to do.
Understood. And my second question is, when you did the analysis and we have these areas that are color coded pink, which is basically your recommendation of um, applying the courtesy busing only to those areas, would you have any clue if that would reduce the number of bus routes that we need as a district? Because now, we have moved to something that's a little bit more defined, that is perhaps defensible because of the existence of a rubric, say we define a policy. Do you have any clue if we've, dropped like 5 routes because now you don't have to technically bus those kids who are getting the busing today? In the absence of a defined policy?
So to answer your question, it probably will level out because those students now are probably getting courtesy busing. The difference is you're going to still be transporting those students, but you're going to be getting some funding back for that. The other thing is you may increase or decrease your subscription busing. Depends on the amount of seats you still have available. You don't want to add another bus just so you can have parents paying you for that because the cost is astronomical. But in the first look and talking with Kelly and everything, kind of thought it was going to balance itself out.
Thank you. Is
Now,
there, oh, excuse me.
the Versatran program that you're going to have
We'll give 5 more minutes for
will
discussion.
tell you if you do it, you can plug in certain codes and it'll tell you, it'll give you a 5-year projection as to what your busing is going to need.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there another question?
Wanted to answer one question. As far as the streets, on the hazardous policy that I've been working with AJ and Kelly on, we've identified every single street. They're all named so that you can't, if Elm bumps into Mountain Avenue and you only said Mountain Avenue, to avoid confusion, we listed Elm. So every street is listed in that.
Thank you, but I was
Excuse me,
basically
Mrs.
mainly
Akiri,
concerned
would you have a
with
question?
what
You may ask your question now.
My
Yeah,
concern was, where is that pink line? Because I can't
The
see.
names are written so small, I couldn't read
Oh,
it.
you can't read
But
it
when we
either.
did the maps, we enlarged everything.
Does
So
anybody
you know, the
here,
maps that we got are right from Berkeley Heights. I got them from the tax office and that's your most current map.
these are most current, meaning 2023?
Whenever they did your last tax map.
So you can't identify what that pink road that you're calling it as hazardous is?
Is that Diamond Hill maybe? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there was another question. Hang on. You had a question?
No?
No.
Dr. Forager, did you have a question?
Yes,
Yes.
page 5, in your definition of hazardous, what is your definition of risk and how is it measured?
You wanted hazardous?
Sorry, sure. I
What's
missed
your
the question, sorry.
definition?
Go ahead.
He wants you to repeat
One more
the
time,
question.
question, please.
Okay, on page 5 of your slides, you have a definition of hazardous and it refers to risk. What is your definition of hazardous and what is your definition of risk and how is it measured?
The definition of
Risk,
hazardous,
how's it measured?
it's also measured in the rubric. Yeah. So
Okay.
we create so basically the profile that the rubric creates.
All right.
Leads us
I'm
to a
gonna cut
number.
you off because I have limited time.
Yep.
In your definition of hazardous, how does your definition of hazardous differ from the one used in science and engineering? And why should we prefer your definition?
Okay, it's not mine. I hope it's going to become yours, but it's the one we use for the assessment. You're free to make your own. And the reason I find more suitable for a school system is the scientific version of hazardous, let's call it, the civil engineering hazardous, refers to the average person, the average use of the roadway or walkway. In other words, I'll define it with a use case. A small person that's 80 pounds that has a 10-pound backpack is carrying, what, 20% more weight beyond their, in other words, carrying 20% additional amount of weight. Whereas a full-size adult or an adult that's using a civil engineering example would be 136 pounds and carrying a 10-pound backpack, much easier to control it. The school population is also less attentive to transportation because they're distracted by, their youth. And so your version of hazardous adapts the civil version to what is best for the population specific to your concerns.
Plus, we
Okay.
also look
I hope
at
that helps,
line
Doctor.
of
All right.
sight.
All right.
We look at line of sight, landscaping and so forth. That's all taken into consideration when you identify the
Okay,
risk.
you said if there are federal, state, and local laws and regulations as to what is hazardous or non-hazardous, shouldn't we follow those as opposed to your own definition?
I encourage you to follow those and add to them because you're allowed to. And why would you not adapt it to my
Okay.
question to you rhetorical is why not adapt it to your population and to your unique town? As I said, hilly, shady, moldy, you know, all these things. Absolutely, you should use those. The rubric uses many of those, speed limit, you know, curvature and things like that. And you should add these extra layers to make it unique to your population.
Okay, and you're going to show us the details of the rubric, I guess.
Yes, Doctor.
And if there are points, I guess, assigned to each roadway. I'm sorry, let me skip. If the parent is ultimately responsible for the safety of their own child, isn't that true? Isn't the parent responsible for the safety of their
Yes,
own child?
except, yeah, in
Okay.
New Jersey,
Okay.
school
are the-
law
all right,
insinuates that it's
All right. Are the
actually your
bus aids-
responsibility from door
are
to
the
door.
bus aids perfect in terms of buckling?
Say
Who
that
has,
again.
who has the ultimate responsibility here, the bus aide or the parent for the proper
Parent.
buckling?
The parent.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
all right, so, let's see. Did you do any sort of, I think we're gonna have to, sounds like we're gonna have to get into some kind of cost analysis here because you're saying we get additional money, additional state aid, but then we have additional cost and, there's also a trade-off with the, subscription busing. So there's going to have to be some kind of financial analysis, I think.
Dr. Forger, thank you for your questions. We have
I
one more
may not-
question, so our
Gail, I
time
may
is
not
up.
be done yet.
We have spent 15
Yeah,
minutes. We have
okay.
one more question,
But with
and
all
then
due
we'll move on
respect-
to our next
No, Gail,
presentation.
are you the
Ms.
one,
Henna?
you have no such
Excuse
policy to
me.
interrupt us. You
Excuse
were
me.
talking over me.
My position is to move the meeting along.
Yes,
Ms.
we have
Henna, you have the
questions.
floor.
So
I think that's a misinterpretation of your
my
role.
question is, I know the town applied for, I know the town applied for a Safe Routes to School grant. I'm not sure if you've been in conversations with them, and I'm not sure whether they'll receive that or not. Some of those routes that you may have looked at as hazardous, and I know that the grant, I think, is Mountain Avenue to some degree. Is that something you can relook at to ensure that if we do get the grant, and that's something that the town does actually adopt, that may change some of the hazardous routes
So
that
that would
you
be
may
a board
potentially have?
decision. Either the board as a whole would make that determination, or you could retain our services and we would come in and reevaluate. That's the board's decision.
But we would encourage that because even one element changed on some of those roads is
Sure.
going to at least take it out of what I hopefully you'll consider to be that hazardous bright line. Because it really isn't a bright line. It's one thing can change the road.
Isn't the state? New
Thank you
Jersey
so much.
Department of
We are going to
Safety-
move on to our next
I have a-
presentation. Mrs. Akiri, if you have a question, please submit it.
No, I need to ask it right
Excuse
now,
me?
Mrs. Bradford, with
Excuse
all due
me,
respect.
we are
You
moving
can-
on
you
to the
can keep-
next.
No, I need
Thank
to
you
ask
for our
this question.
presentation.
Okay, fine. I just need to
Dr.
know,
Varley.
isn't the
Dr.
Department
Varley
of
may go
Ed-
ahead.
We are now going to turn it over to New Jersey School Boards Association. I see Miss Reeves back there and it looks like she brought a friend. So if you guys would like to come on up and start your presentation on school board ethics.
That was Diamond Hill Road, by the way. Question I couldn't answer. Sorry about that.
No, thank you so much for your presentation
Thank
and
you
your
so
time.
much.
Hi, my name is Jean Cleary. I'm from New Jersey School Boards, and I was recently hired and I'm shadowing Patricia Reese. And I am happy to be with you and just encourage you to know that you can reach out to me. I will be working along with Patty in Union County, so I look forward to seeing you all again.
Right. Well,
thank you for having us tonight. As Jean said, she is newly hired. NJSBA is hiring additional field service reps so we can enhance our services to the boards and to you as board members. And so Jean is our newest hire. And as she's shadowing me now, ultimately she will be handling Union, Hudson, and Essex. I had to think about that because it's different than what I'm handling. And I'll be moving a little further west, closer to where I actually live. But that's, that's exciting. And I'll be here with you while Jean transitions and learns the ropes. Put this down. And we're now doing our annual ethics training. And I don't know if everybody here knows who I am. Most of you do. Patty Reese, I now handle Union County. I was on my school board before I worked for New Jersey School Boards for 12 years. Served one term on my town council, 10 years on the zoning board, currently on the Historic Preservation Commission. In addition to what I did for my school board, I did many, just about every committee. And so I'm pleased to be able to bring my experience as a board member to the boards in this area. And interesting, when I was on my board, maybe about 10 years ago, the whole thing about courtesy busing was a big issue. I live in Western Somerset County, so hazardous routes is very, very different than here. Like most of our areas do not have sidewalks and have what he described as the side. So it's been a discussion for many, many years, and I don't know if there's ever going to be a suitable resolution, but good luck. It's, when you have your kids at heart. But so we'll start with our, excuse me. With the presentation. This is our standard disclaimer. Essentially, it's saying that this presentation is only for informational purposes. It does not replace the advice of your attorney. Now that you're a school official, you serve the public, and this position comes with responsibilities. The School Ethics Act, you're held accountable by the School Ethics Act, which essentially says to do your job well, people need to respect you and have confidence that you will conduct yourself properly and not give the impression that you are not acting properly. But that's the actual wording of the School Ethics Act. And trying to be cognizant of your very full agenda. And I'll take questions at the end because we have a lot to get through. But I certainly will be here for questions. The School Ethics Act established the School Ethics Commission, what is considered a prohibited act by school officials, what the mandatory training requirements are listed, and the different disclosure statements, who has to fill them out and what they are. 9 years after the act came, the Code of Ethics. So who is accountable by the School Ethics Act? The provisions of conflicts of interest and disclosure statements are all school officials are held accountable to that. That would be school board members, charter school trustees, school administrators, New Jersey School Board staff, and the state officers of the School Boards Association. They're all held accountable to the conflict of interest and having to fill out the disclosure statement every single year. The provisions of the Code of Ethics and the mandatory training apply to school board members and charter school trustees. The School Ethics Commission is the body charged with enforcing the School Ethics Act. And the commission is comprised of 9 members appointed by the governor to a staggered 3-year term. Of those 9 members, 2 members have to be school board members, 5 are non-school officials, and 2 are school administrators. The jurisdiction of the School Ethics Commission has to do with issuing advisory opinions and ethics complaint. An advisory opinion is, can be requested by a sitting board member prior to an action being taken to see if that action might constitute a violation. So that can only be, again, only be sought by sitting board members or charter school trustees prior to an act being taken. If you have a concern that you might have a conflict, you can seek a advisory opinion. Ethics complaints can be filed by anybody with alleging that a violation of the School Ethics Act has been committed. The advisory opinions can be made public by a vote of 6 of the School Ethics Commission. On average, every year, the School Ethics Commission fields 85 ethics complaints and 35 advisory opinions. One of the things that I've said that the School Ethics Act identifies is the mandatory training requirements. And this has changed somewhat since last year, I believe it was last February. The only change really is your first year. School board member, charter school trustees, you have 90 days to complete your your governance 1 mandated training. I know some have gone to the new board member orientation weekend, which is a fabulous way to do that. But we also have other ways that you can finish your mandated training. So in year 2, you have to do governance 2, which is your finance and labor update. Governance 3 is student achievement, and those you have to do within 1 year of your second year. You can do them a little bit ahead of time, but you have to do them in sequence and close to the years that you would actually redo. The first year of every year that you're reelected, you have to do governance 4. And again, you have 1 full year to do that. We offer, and New Jersey school boards in the School Ethics Act is the identified as who will provide that training. We keep records of who completes that training. We offer several different versions. We have the in-person, we have a live virtual, which is a virtual meeting, but it's live. So you're actually talking with other people. We then also have self-paced online, which you can go through at your own pace. The disclosure statements, new school officials have to submit their disclosure statements within 30 days of employment, school official being an administrator, or 30 days of taking office. Subsequently, you have returning board members have till April 30th to submit their your disclosure statements. Generally, you get that in an email from the State Department of Education directly. The School Ethics Commission can impose 1 of 4 penalties if they deem an ethics violation has occurred. The first level is a reprimand, which is a rebuke by the by the Commissioner of Education. A censure is a formal disapproval by the Commissioner, followed with a resolution at your local board meeting identifying such. They can recommend a suspension of a school board member for a period of time that they define, and they can also recommend removal of a board member. Well, now there are all the different tenets of the school ethics, of the Code of Ethics. I'm not going to read all of them. You can read them in your own. Just kind of paraphrase what they are. This 1A talks about you will uphold and enforce the laws and regulations and court orders of the state of New Jersey. On all of these slides, the standards underneath are what the School Ethics Commission identifies as the evidence that they would need to accompany any claims. Keep in mind that all cases are pretty fact specific to that individual case. B talks about upholding that you will make decisions in the best interests of all students. C, you will confine your action to policy making. And again, the standards list what, if somebody were to file an ethics complaint, what they would have to provide. D is you will not administer the schools, you will see that they are well run. What that really means is that you are not, the board members do not have the authority to run the day-to-day operations of the district. You hire a superintendent and administrative staff to do just that. E is about the authority resting with the full board at a noticed meeting with a quorum present. If you're not at a meeting, the board, there is no authority. As an individual board member, you do not have any extra authority than any other citizen might have in your town. On F, you will not yield your independent judgment to any special interest or partisan political group. And in that one, again, at the bottom, it says, the evidence, just to give an example, the evidence is that the respondent took action on behalf of or at the request of a special interest group, and just having to provide that evidence. J is all about confidentiality and keeping items confidential that would, if disclosed, needlessly hurt staff or fellow board members. H talks about appointing the best qualified staff member at the recommendation of the superintendent. Everything as far as that has to be done at the recommendation of the superintendent. Went right through I, didn't I? Yep, I did. There we go. I'm trigger happy on the arrows. Sorry. I is about supporting and protecting school personnel and the proper performance of their duties. And J kind of call the chain of command tenet. It's that you will refer all complaints to the school, to your superintendent, and will only act on those complaints at a public meeting after the failure of an administrative solution. And keep in mind that the administrative solution might not be what the parent or whoever wants, but you have to give the administration time to go through that process. So I just thought I'd talk a little bit about the chain of command, and that the chain of command is basically in place to allow any issue to be handled in the quickest, most efficient manner. And that if you do get an issue from a parent or a resident, the best bet what board members should do is refer them to the lowest level in the chain of command. So if it's a parent about a teacher, send that parent to the teacher and then let them work their way up to the, as far up as they need to go. And if that happens, just let the superintendent know that you did that, keeping in mind that the board should be the court of last resort. So if the parent is not happy with the results, they may come to the board, and you need to give as I said earlier, your administration time to work through and then to present to you what their findings were and whatever their results are. And this talks about, and I'm not going to read through these. I think they're here for you to read through them. The cases are noted as C-9821 is a Code of Ethics case. And then you can actually go to the Department of Ed website and look at those and see what they are. But I would just identify, I'm going to just to show what you're reading. Reading it, I think I'm getting trigger happy. There we go. I'm sorry. So each case has its own specific situations and facts presented. These cases are here to help you to help you in your understanding of the School Ethics Act. And there, as I said, read when you get a chance. But I did want to just go into one, just to kind of show you what's there. The first one, the member copied and pasted info from a board email and sent to non-public members, the non-public contents to the township officials. That was revealing the board's inner communication and had the potential to compromise the board. The School Ethics Act, School Ethics Commission ruled that it was a violation of E and G, that authority rests with the board, and they recommended a reprimand. And so that's when you look at that, and the citation is the case, I'm sorry, the code. And again, more cases that are just for you to read. When I'm going to send to your business administrator a PDF file, and the cases will be linked, so you should be able to go through them. The School Ethics Act also talked about what is a prohibitive act. If any of these apply, you should recuse yourself if there's a benefit to you or your immediate family due to any of those lists. And recusal means that you don't participate in the discussion and you don't vote. And as always, if you have a concern and you think any of these may apply to you, we strongly recommend that you have a conversation with your board attorney to determine if that is in fact the case. And just the slide that talks about the difference between an abstention and a recusal. If you think you have a legal conflict, conflict of interest, again, recuse yourself and from the discussion and the vote, and again, have that conversation with your board attorney. There is a difference in how a recusal and an abstention are identified in the board minutes. Abstaining does not memorialize the fact that a board member has a legal conflict. Recusal does. And it just, as you said, it affects how the vote is tabulated and counted. And again, contact your board attorney and have that conversation. So in recent advisory opinions, the School Ethics Commission has further delineated and expanded the definition of what is considered family. And here's some of what they're looking at. And a relative used to be a sibling, a spouse, or somebody that lives in the house, and now you're talking about a spouse, a civil union or domestic partner, daughter-in-law, step-parent is very, as I said, as a result of advisory opinions and cases, they've further delineated and explained what a relative is. And the relative just tells you what you can participate in and what you can and can't vote on. This slide is hard to read. I admit it's quite small, but it's a slide about what all the different kinds of family relationships and what you can vote on regarding or participate and vote on negotiations and any personnel matters related to the superintendent. Again, if you're unsure, talk to your board attorney. So we all know that board members and administrators can't hire family members. However, if you come on the board and there's already family members in the district, doesn't mean you can't run for the board, doesn't mean that you have to resign from the board. Just means it impacts what you can and can't participate in as a board member. If it's the administrator, relative to the administrator, they cannot exercise direct or indirect authority over their relative. A board member may not take part in matters concerning the superintendent or any supervisors in the chain of command between their relative and the superintendent. And that means you can't take part in the search, selection, or vote to hire a new superintendent, and any superintendent evaluations after hire, and any contract discussions. This slide speaks to the potential conflicts and what you can and can't participate in regarding collective bargaining. So for example, if your spouse, dependent child, or not dependent child or relative works in the district, you can't participate in negotiations and you can't take part in the vote, the ratification vote. If you go down to the next one, if you're any of those the board member, their spouse or dependent child, and they work out of district, you can't participate in negotiations. But after the memorandum of agreement, salary guide, total compensation package are attained, and there are no other conflicts, you can participate in the vote to ratify, the ratification vote. And if they work out of district and it's a child or not a dependent child or relatives, you can, and they work out of district, you can participate in both. These are, again, a few other instances that that may impact what you can and can't participate in with regard to collective bargaining. I would encourage you to read these. And again, if any apply to you, come have a conversation with your school board attorney. These are several advisory opinions, and again, an advisory opinion can be sought by a board member prior to any action being taken to see if that might constitute an ethical violation or concern. The opinions are linked in here, and when you get sent that email to that PowerPoint tomorrow, you can go through and look at these. Again, they're here to help you understand the School Ethics Act and your responsibilities as a board member. This slide talks about the impact on committee assignments when a relative works in the district, primarily if it's from the board president. And these cases come from Ocean Township. The board member, regarding the board member's relationship to the employee and the impacts that on their ability to be involved in certain committees or personnel matters. So in the first case, the board president's child is an instructional assistant in the district. What this advisory opinion AO-23 says is that the board president cannot choose any committee member or be on any committees involved in the local, your local union, or matters related to the superintendent. Further, the board president cannot choose the chair, the members, and or serve on any committee that remotely touches upon or directly relates to their family members' employment. So it really does limit what you can and can't do. And again, this came from Ocean Township. A few more cases about an executive session when a discussion came up to fill a vacant board seat. A board member's husband applied, and the board member participated in the discussion in that instance. And the other one is a board president, just multiple family members. The response by the School Ethics Commission, the penalty was a censure. And for the reasons as cited there. There's something that came out recently about the advice of counsel defense. and that's relatively new, that you can use. The option, if you're going to use that, you're following the advice of counsel. These 4 prerequisites need to take place. You need to show that the advice was received prior to any action being taken, that the individual who offered the advice or approval relied upon possessed authority or responsibility with regard to ethical issues, and that the individual seeking advice or approval made full disclosure to that person of all the pertinent facts and circumstances, and that once the advice was received, the individual complied with that advice. Now, you can use that, and it may help you avoid the actual penalty, but they can still find you to be in violation. You just won't have the penalty aspect of, you may not have the penalty aspect of that. So you wonder if as a board member, can you still volunteer? And so yes, you can still volunteer. You just have to be mindful of a few things when you volunteer as a board member. You really shouldn't be in the schools that often. You should not supervise or appear to supervise staff or students, and don't handle any money. And then refrain from discussing while you're volunteering any board business. And as a courtesy, let the superintendent know that you're going to be in the schools. So yes, you can still volunteer. You just have to be mindful. Just keep those things in mind. So what about voting? You are entrusted to review and the recommendation of the superintendent and vote in a way that you feel best serves the needs of the district. And essentially that's what this is saying. When it comes to staff, and it doesn't mean you have to vote yes every time. It just means you have to listen to all the recommendations and follow what you feel is best for your students and your district. As far as staff, just make sure that it's not going to be, any decision is not going to be perceived as arbitrary and capricious. And there's some advisory opinions here that kind of identify that. And now we get to the sticky bit of New Jersey, I think, with social media. In general, you do not violate the School Ethics Act or the Code of Ethics by engaging in social media. It does depend on the content posted. The Commission's guide, the School Ethics Commission's analysis is guided by whether a reasonable member of the public could perceive that the school official is speaking in his or her official capacity or pursuant to their official duties. So, if just be mindful of what you're posting. If what you're posting cannot be confused with a board position or business, you would likely not be in violation. The School Ethics Commission strongly recommends the use of a disclaimer. They recommend this disclaimer. That doesn't mean that you have to use this disclaimer, but you should always use a disclaimer on all your social media postings. And please note that the disclaimer is not a get out of jail free card. Just because you have a disclaimer doesn't mean that you can't be held accountable to what you say. The School Ethics Commission does look at content, and they do make determinations based on the content of what was written. So with social media, you are now a public official. Public official of the state of New Jersey, and you need to be aware that what you say and do as a private citizen and how it could be perceived as actions or speech coming from the board. The community is aware of your status as a board member, and they may give you extra weight for what you're saying, and so you just need to be aware of that. Once elected, we recommend that you no longer use any social media accounts that you used for your campaign, because it can be confusing to members of the public based on prior comments, past comments that you made before you're an elected official. So, you know, and as a school official, you need to be aware that what you do and say as a private citizen can be perceived as actions or speech coming from the board. If you're going to like or share a post from your personal account, it's likely not a violation. And I'm not definitive because it's, you know, they look at content, they being the School Ethics Commission. Content matters, divisive content matters, and there are several cases talking about that. You know, social media has become a focus in more and more cases. The School Ethics Commission is spending a lot of time adjudicating social media cases. The discussion, some of the things that come out of some of the recent cases, the discussion of board issues belongs appropriately at the board table. Topics that reach the public before the board can discuss may potentially be an ethics violation. The public has a right to hear the board discuss any issue in an open public meeting. Points to consider as you move forward. We recommend that boards make a list of those who may be conflicted and therefore can participate in negotiations or anything regarding the superintendent, and review that annually. If you have any concerns about any ethical issues or potential ethical issues, have a conversation with your board attorney. And we send out school board notes every week. And if there are any new ethics cases or decisions, they are identified, they're listed in there with some guidance or some explanation from our attorneys. And finally, a reminder that that as board members do not deliberately disregard the ethical standards. When you do, it threatens the integrity of the board and may compromise your district staff. And that's what that is saying. And I'll take questions, but we also have some resources and links that you can go through. So if there are any questions, it's always very dry stuff. I know. I look around and.
Thank you, Mrs. Reese. We'll allow 10 minutes for discussion. Anyone for questions? Oh, sorry, Ms. Jolly.
Yeah, just a simple one. Would you be able to send the presentation? So we could read through?
Oh, yeah.
especially social media stuff?
I'll send it out probably when I get home or in the morning, and your BA can send it out to everybody. Yep, for sure.
Mrs. Stanley.
Hi. So, when I first became a board member, you get a lot of stuff to read, and some of the stuff that you read is about being a cheerleader for your district. And you know, when something new comes up, to really promote it and to express excitement about that. There's times where you run into situations where you do find an issue, right? We talked about transportation today where we found some issues. How best to handle something like that when you find an issue, how best to handle it with the staff?
As an individual board member, I would have a conversation with your board president. What are the norms actually of what your board does? Have that conversation with your board president to see what the next steps are for you.
I feel like sometimes we have board members who feel like they need to bring it to a public meeting. So that way the whole district can know about it. I was just kind of wondering, like, when you look at the ethics, is that really what our role is to bring it to public meetings? Or is it more to bring it to the attention of the district so they can change it to help improve the district?
I think you're talking about a board member, not a general member of the public.
Yeah, a board member, yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's anything in bringing it to the board table. However, if you're surprising the staff with that at a board meeting, you're not really going to give them the opportunity to come up with a thoughtful answer or address the concern that you may have. So I would recommend that you do reach out and let them know that that's your concern. If it's out of a committee report, certainly you can go to the committee chair. But in the end, if everybody's caught, if you're caught flat-footed, nobody really looks good. But you certainly have a right to bring that issue up as a board member, for sure. But just give them the courtesy of giving them a heads up that you're going to bring it up at a meeting. I mean, I did that at times when I would go through my agenda. My board was okay for board members, and this is when I talk about board norms. Our board norm was that if you had a concern, you could go directly to the business administrator or the superintendent. Some boards, everything goes through the president. It really does depend on that. But I would say, you know what, or if it was in a committee meeting and something came up, I said, you know, I think this is an important issue for the public to know. I'm telling you ahead of time, I'm going to ask this question in public, and then they have the opportunity to come up with a, you know, a thoughtful answer that helps with that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because there's that line between being a cheerleader and being the overhead, right? And I think sometimes that line becomes tricky, right?
It does.
Knowing where you do need to hold people accountable, but where we also just need to support the district in making improvements.
Right, but as an, yes, that's true, but as an elected official, you also are authorized to ask those, you know, the hard questions.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
it is a fine line, I would agree, it's just.
Thank you. Mrs. Akiri?
Yeah, I have two questions. The first one is, I know we went through quickly on all the codes of ethics. The I that says that I'll support my district staff, if you can go back, in proper performance of their duties. There is this word proper, correct? Right in front of it. What would you recommend if you see consistently your board council is misusing that code and not putting the word proper and saying, basically board members have to support the staff in performance of their duties? How do we bring it? It's misusing the code.
Well, I mean, you're talking, which staff member were you, I mean, just staff in general?
Staff, board council, board president,
okay.
yeah, anybody.
All right. If it's staff, you have a superintendent, you have an administrative staff, that it's their job to make sure that everybody and hold their staff accountable to their job description, to their certification.
So it's so basically they have to use the right code, which is
right?
Which says, I will support the staff in proper performance of duties. But then if this particular code I is being used without the word proper, what do you do about that?
I still think it holds that
Okay.
it's in the performance of their duties, proper, you know, again, the superintendent is proper. If it's your board leadership, your policy or bylaw should identify, and statute identifies what their authorities and what it is that they can do. And so you would go back to that.
And can anybody file a board ethics complaint? Can a board member file an ethics complaint?
Any citizen can file an ethics complaint. I mean, I feel that if sitting board members file against each other, it really does impact the ability of the board to have discussions. There's nothing that says, and I'll ask your board attorney, there's nothing that says you can't. But I think you have to look at the bigger picture and what it is that you want to accomplish for your students and for your community.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from board members? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Reese.
Thank you.
Okay, superintendent's report.
And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to approve the superintendent's report? Vote? Nope, we don't need to vote. Sorry.
No.
Okay, sorry. Committee and liaison reports. There is no president's report because the president has just started. So we do have something to say in terms of staff. Congratulations to Miss Sharon Leahy, social studies teacher at the high school, for being a team leader for the AP exams. We want to commend our staff. Again, the unsung heroes, please let Mr. Nixon know if you're going to be attending. For the board appointments, according to policy 155, the board president has appointed these committees. The alternate for the finance and facilities meeting attends when a standing member cannot attend. We do not want to have 4 members there in appearance of a quorum. That is our board presidents, standing committees. Reminder to the chairs to work with the administration to set the times for the meetings, which are mostly during the daytime. For the liaison appointments, please take notes so that you can report back to our Board of Education here of what's going on in our communities. Just a reminder to the Union County Educational Service Commission, Mrs. Khanna, you'll have to do a financial disclosure statement also for that. And that concludes. Oh, sorry, Natasha, question. Excuse me, Miss Jolly. No question.
Just a question about the alternates. It's, so the Finance and Facilities Committee is the only one that has that. Can we not nominate, alternates for some of the other committees, just because I know all our schedules are, busy, and should there be in an event that, let's say the Policy Committee or Curriculum Committee, is short one person, wouldn't it make sense to have an alternate similar to the Finance Committee?
The president has decided that there will not be alternates for those. Ms. Khanna.
Yes. So related question, and I want to talk a little bit about the idea of us having a quorum. So we are a board of 8. Quorum would mean 5 members together in a meeting. So if you're going to stick, and I'm just going back to what we did last year, we did have 4 people join the finance committee meetings, and I think it was really fruitful to have everybody's opinion. So in some ways, I hear what Natasha is saying. And I think we, in order for everybody to participate, it would help us to be a little bit more flexible to have the alternate where it makes sense.
The Finance and Facilities Committee is an important one, but there are certain things that cannot be discussed in K through 8. For example, if there's a K through 8, then our board quorum is 4, because our sending district, Mr. Hyman, cannot participate in K through 8. So our committee quorum at that point would be 4.
I totally agree. So when it comes to personnel, when it comes to curriculum, when it comes to policy, let's take policy aside, because policy is something that's applicable across the board, right? It's not like we have a policy that's only for, K through 8 and something only for the high school. So here the point, and we had this consideration even when we did the finance and facilities last year, where, if there was a topic that was only for the elementary schools, we just had 3 people join. So we always, I think, Angela, that's the point you were making, right? We always kind of, kept that in mind, that we are not violating that. If there was something that was relevant only for the K through 8, we would take care. And I think all of us are adults enough to kind of apply the same logic to these other committees. That's my point of view.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mrs. Penna, did you have a comment? No. Thank you. Mrs. Akiri.
Yeah, so I feel like none of the committee appointments were made by you. And you were also coming up with this new rule or regulation that an alternate cannot attend, and you have an alternate for one committee. So we might as well be fair and uniform, like have an alternate for all the committees. And I do not think there is any specific policy or bylaw that gives the president the power to say, I'll only have an alternate, I'll only assign an alternate for one committee. So if you have the power or the authority to assign an alternate for finance and facility, you might as well do it for everybody, all the committees. That way we also get a flair, we get to work together. And as Natasha pointed out, if some of us can't make it, then the other person attends. But I think we need to have 4 people on every committee.
Thank you for your opinion. My ruling stands as is policies. Anything else? Dr. Forger.
Yeah, does it actually say in the policies that everything is just 3 people or what? Or is the size of the committees actually specified in the policies?
I did look it up and it did say 3.
It did say 3. Well, I concur with some of the other speakers that for this year only, I think all of the committees should be 4 members, no alternates. And with regard to the finance and facilities, we can follow historical practice and just limit if there's a K through 8 sort of issue to be discussed in finance and facilities, that person can just leave. So you can hold that discussion at the end of the meeting. That's my 2 cents for it.
Mrs. Penna.
Mr. Wenzel, you may remember, but I know there was an issue a couple of years ago with having 4 members on a committee. I don't know if you wanted to clarify that, or I know because we're a send receive district, there was a concern about having 4 members on a committee. Can you clarify that?
I
for
can
us?
clarify that. I think it was handled by Porzio. There was an issue, and from what my understanding, my recollection is that finance was the only one that was allowed to have 4, and that person had to drop at any time that K to 8 was mentioned. And it was a ruling through the prosecutor's office, so I wouldn't mess with that.
Actually,
Dr. Forager, you have a question? You may.
yeah, actually, the policies that we have say that it's exactly specified quorum. I forget the number, but quorum is 5 when it's a K through 12 sort of thing, and it's 4 otherwise. So there would be no problem with having 4 members attending a policy committee meeting.
Mrs. Akira, you would like a return question?
Yes, I would like to look at that decision or the memo from Porzio, if you could circulate it around. And I'm also of the impression that 5 constitutes quorum, and if finance has that peculiar thing that they can drop off at K to 8, so can others. And unrelated to committee appointments, I just want to say the way we are running this meeting today, I think we are all adults here. We are not in a classroom. We don't need permission. And when we start speaking, it would be really appreciated. And I will really thank it if you don't try to talk over me. Thank you.
Thank you for your opinions. The committees stand. Moving on to board communications. We have no board communications. Oh, we do. Thank you.
I have 4 communications. I have one from, I should say, the title is Berkeley Heights BOE in Crisis. Next was the appointment of the board president. Next was questions of the ACFR, miscellaneous expenditures, cuts to instructional spending, need for second assistant to superintendent. And last is this data exciting news? Those were the 4 pieces that I have of correspondence. That is it.
Thank you. Moving on to the report from the business administrator.
Would we like to have school boards do their presentation and I'll make my report when they are finished?
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Reese. Double duty tonight.
I have the water.
Just so the public knows, we are presenting part of our
Bless you.
search for superintendent in public. And this is our first presentation.
And I have something, I'm going to give to you. You can. We sent this out. It's
Thank you. So information will be provided to other board members at the conclusion of the meeting
Mhm.
or now.
It's handing out now.
Yeah.
And what's in there is, we were asked to submit a proposal. This identifies what it is that NJSBA provides, and I'll refer to this a couple of times in the presentation. This won't be too long. I know you have a very busy night tonight. But so the selection of a superintendent is the most important decision that any board can make, and only the board can appoint the superintendent. Because no two districts are alike, our search process is all about your district. It's based on the skills and abilities that you, the board, and your community determine are important for your next superintendent. We are here to help you find your best superintendent, the best fit for your community. We work with the board and your community to develop your search criteria. That includes in-depth forums with not only the board, and as well as your community. We do that two ways. We come in and have, and I think some of you were at the New Providence where we had the public input forums. We do something similar for your staff, usually administrators, and however you want to delineate who you want to have. We also can do an online survey that is anonymous. We do not take anybody's information, and it's purposely set up that way. And so all of that information that comes from that will be given to the board. You also will have access to our legal and labor relations for any assistance, departments for any assistance that you may need. And your field service rep will be with you from start to finish. We also help with the onboarding of the new superintendent once the selection has been made. So we like to say that our process is defined by the 6 C's. It's a criteria-driven process that's comprehensive and ensures confidentiality. The decision-making process is consensus-driven. We provide assistance and guidance through the contract process. And finally, for the final 6C, we are there with you throughout, after the process, thereby providing continuity and commitment. So criteria is qualifications. They are set by the board for the ad, and they are set wide to develop a wide net for your candidates pool. All candidate applications, once you go through that, will be delivered to the board. And we rate them, not just who we best for you. If they meet your qualifications in the search, you will get access to their information, whatever that might be. The only ones, even if they're not qualified, but that's for you to set. It's comprehensive. It's a legally comprehensive and legally defensible search, and it's personalized to your needs. Confidentiality is the key to any search, and qualified candidates know that their application through New Jersey School Boards Association is totally secure. Here we go. So it's a consensus-driven process, a consensus-driven but inclusive process. Again, it includes the board, your community, your administrative staff, and your administrative staff and your staff are included in the process to get their ideas on what is considered a good superintendent. Now, the final decision is made by the Board of Ed, because the Board of Ed is the only entity that is legally charged with the employment decision. You will get support and training from our Labor Relations Department in contract negotiations and what are allowable aspects of the contract. And I talked about continuity, post-employment training, we'll provide that. And keep in mind, we are your association, so we are here with you before, during, and after your hiring process. The criteria development, we use a well-rounded approach that brings a thorough understanding of your district and as well as your community's culture and values. Again, we have facilitated board discussions, stakeholder input sessions, and the use of surveys. And you see the different stakeholders, but we will meet with whatever stakeholders. In one town, we actually met with your town council. With the town council, if that's who you determine as an important stakeholder. It's really who the board sets as the important stakeholders. So once we've worked with you and your community and come up with the criteria that you want to use to attract a new superintendent, we write the ad. Once the ad is written, it is given to the board to approve. As I said, it's everything is approved by the board. And the ad then goes to our superintendent vacancy website, which monthly gets about 3,600 hits. We have an email list of over 1,000 potential candidates. So your ad, your notice will go to all those people. We have national reach through our online application system. We also send your position vacancy to all county offices and state associations. The National Affiliation of Superintendent Searches gets the information, and colleges and universities with superintendent institutes. If you go to if you look at pages 6 and 7, that identifies the different organizations that we reach out to with all the ads. So our online application system is done, I was going to say I put online first, I should have said second. It's an online application system that is easily accessible for candidates to input their information. It's also easily accessible that when we do the pool delivery, in years past, we used to have a big box with all the resumes and applications. You will get access to the online site to review all the applications as you're making your decision on who you would like to bring in for interviews. All the materials and the process that we use have been tried and tested and are continually reviewed by our legal department. And so you're getting the most up-to-date information. We give you as much information as you need to make an informed decision as to who you think your next superintendent should be. We schedule the interviews. We schedule the interviews for you based on what you have determined is the candidate you would like. I think I made reference to, So all the materials that come to us through the online application system, you get access to. In that information that is included in the application process is the candidate's resume, their cover letter, their transcripts, their certifications, their job history, their references, and we also have a writing sample. There's a series of questions that you can ask, so you'll see all of that information. By having an online application system, it also gives you greater flexibility in the time that you have to review. You can do it in the comfort of your home or wherever, being mindful that it is a confidential process. Just to identify, it's our process that's been tested and legally tested, and but it's your search. The board, make all the decisions. I don't make any, the field service does not make any decisions for you. You get all the information. We help you process it. We help you go work through it, but ultimately it's the board's decision. And if you look at pages, on page 5 of the brochure I gave you, that lists that we have several levels of service of contracts, superintendent search contracts that we offer. They all have different levels of things that you do, from the one that, the higher one gives you access. The field service sits in with you on all the interviews. We sit in with you every step of the way, all the way down to a board assisted search. It really is determined by what you, the board, feel is important, what you need to do to accomplish getting the best superintendent that you can get. And now if you have any questions.
Okay, we'll allow 15 minutes for, 10 minutes for questions with an additional 5 if we need it. Does anyone want to be recognized with a question? Mr. Hyman?
Hi, Patty. Thank you. 3 questions I had. One, can you just give a feel, it probably varies by district, but what does a rough timeline look like if you started tomorrow, ballpark, average district, New Jersey? What does that look like?
Right. I mean, one, I'll start with saying that you really want to do your due diligence and you want to give the whole process enough time that you get the best qualified candidates. I would say an expedited one would probably be 6 months, but that would require a lot of work on the board's part, like having the interviews. I mean, generally, the best process is that you start in September and you have somebody by July 1. That's the best. But can it be done? Absolutely. I did one in another county, and the stars all aligned, I will say, that they got it done we started in March, they had somebody by August. But again, the stars aligned, which is not always the case. I mean, part of what we play into this, right, is you have your interviews, then you decide who your candidate are. And depending on how many people you bring in to interview, we don't tell you bring in, if you get 30 candidates, we don't say only bring in 10. We say bring in who you as a board feel you need to bring in. If that means bringing in 20 candidates, that's what you do. That just takes time, right? Because the interviews take time, so that you're not going to get that done in a couple of nights. But if and then once you select once you get to the selection, so that could take a month or so. We like to have the ad posted for 4 to 6 weeks to get the maximum amount of candidates looking at it, right? And who might want to apply. So you have 4 to 6, and I wrote it down, but it's not the notes I took up with me. But we do the ad 4 to 6 weeks. I would say maybe another 4 to 6 weeks for the interview process. And depending on how many you want, you can go faster than that. You select a candidate, you need to enter contract negotiations, which means your board attorney and their attorney enter negotiations. Once you settle on a contract and both sides agree, the contract has to go to your executive county superintendent. As of now, they're asking for 30 days to review that contract. And if they approve the contract in those 30 days, you're good to go. You appoint the person at a board meeting. Then that person has to give notice where they are. And a standard rule of thumb is that they have 60 days notice in their contract. There are some remote contracts out there that have 90 days, but by and large, most have 60 days. So now you have 30 days, now you're adding 90 days on top of that. So that's kind of roughly how it goes.
Got it. It's a full moon, but I'm not sure the stars are aligned. Anyway.
Yeah.
Question 2, you mentioned New Providence, so I guess I'll ask the obvious, which is there obviously this is, we'll do our own search, it'll be our own, you mentioned this will be specific to us, I get that. But is there, how does, if at all, the fact that there's an ongoing search right next door, how, if at all, would that impact if we started tomorrow with school boards? Or is it just a simple flat no, and one thing has nothing to do with the other,
No,
rules of candidates, et cetera, et cetera?
I don't think it would impact, it would impact, now, it would not impact the quality and the amount of candidates you get. Their search has been ongoing and they're still in the process, and that's as much as I can say about that. But they're, you know, I don't believe it will impact a search here.
Okay, last question is, I'm intrigued by a lot of the value items that seem to come after contract and sort of the onboarding process. That's interesting to me. There's reference of strategic planning in here. Is that essentially the same, like in Mountainside, we've approved strategic planning with school boards, which is a you know, multi-part process.
Right.
So if I'm reading it correctly, with that top tier, would there be support all the way through the process, hiring of a CSA, and then essentially the kickoff of a strategic planning process, or is it sort of all concurrent? How does that work?
No, if the top tier absolutely does include a 3D strategic plan, generally not right away. You want your new superintendent to get in and learn what the big issues are in the district, but certainly within that first year, that top tier, you would get a 3D strategic plan. Basically, it's 3 separate meetings in 3 months, and you come out at the end with a strategic plan and strategic planning goals for 3 to 5 years. So in the top tier, yes, that is part of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Jolly?
Hi, Patty. Hi.
So you mentioned that, and I know every industry searches for candidates differently, but you mentioned that you have like 1,000, you know, candidates' emails, and it's going to go out, and there's going to be a lot of, I'm assuming we're, you know, still attractive and that we're going to have a lot of candidates. Is there any, I guess, prioritization or any input that you provide in terms of, you know, because I don't know if I want to look at 1,000, right?
Well,
So I want you to guide us and give us like maybe your top 5, and then if we don't like any of them, then we kind of go down the list. So do you prioritize them for us?
Yes, I will say that you will likely not get 1,000 responses. That's just to exhibit how far it goes. I would say the going amount that boards are getting right now are between 20 and 30 applications. So we will weight them. You will, when you decide on the criteria, whatever that might be, minimally, the criteria is they have to have a certificate, a school administrator certificate or certificate of eligibility. If they don't have that, you can't even interview them. There are varying levels. Do you want them to have a doctorate? Do you want them to have classroom experience? Whatever that is that the board decides are qualifications that you want, your New Jersey school boards will weight them. So an A candidate meets every single one of your qualifications. A B candidate meets most of them. Do you want somebody with special ed background? Do you want somebody who's bilingual? So a B candidate would meet most of them. A C candidate would not, a C candidate would not have the certificate, or they would not meet, if they have the certificate or the certificate of eligibility, they would not meet any of your other qualifications. So yes, you will get the weighted ones. And if it's what we call a C candidate, you can't interview them because they don't meet any of it without redoing the job ad and reopening the search. But you can choose among the A and B candidates, whoever the board feels they want to interview. So yes.
And just one last question. The program cost, right? Doesn't have a time limit on it. Meaning that if we take 6 months or if we take a year, it still costs the same.
Yes, and if you go out after 2 rounds of interviews and the board is like, we're just not finding that one person, we would like to reopen the ad and go out again. That's, whatever it takes at that point.
Are there other questions? Ms. Khanna?
I think they were before.
Oh,
in-
sorry.
In the queue before I was.
Oh, sorry. Mrs. Stanley,
I think I was before her.
Mrs. Stanley.
My question has to do with the consultant interview candidates first round, because that's the difference between two of the programs listed here. So, right, so you would give us the A and B. How would your first round go if we chose to have NJSBA go through that?
How would the
Like,
first
so
round-
let's say we chose the 1250 or 12,500 over the 7, right? So it says that the consultant interview candidates, the first round, that you would do that.
Yes.
Do you do that completely? You would do the first round completely and then bring your
Well, no,
recommendations to us?
I pre-interview, I do a preliminary interview.
Right.
On the top tier,
Mhm.
just to get a sense of where they are. You still do the first round. It's not, I don't take away the board's authority by doing the first round. It's more of a preliminary interview, to just get a feel for who they are. But in the ones that I've done, I don't feel, I mean, I get that feel, but I don't rate them differently than.
5 more
if they-
minutes.
If they have the qualifications and the criteria that the board sets, I give you that information. I don't give you my opinion. I don't live here. I don't have to live here after you appoint somebody. So, the decision is totally yours. I interview them, but I don't pass judgment yay or nay on them. So the first round interview after that, is all the boards.
Okay.
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Mrs. Zakiri. Yes, Mrs. Khanna.
Hi, Patty.
Hi.
I don't know if you spoke enough already, but I'm curious to hear the community engagement process and what does that look like, the shape of it in terms of, I thought I saw the surveys and can you talk a little bit more about how you go about it? Are there public kind of listening sessions where, people can come up and kind of, free form, have a conversation, and that's with sort of the NJSBA team, right? I'm not thinking it's gonna be with any candidate, so it'll help.
So we do an online survey regardless, that you can post on your website, you can push out however you want. We do live input sessions. So generally try to do it in a day. So in a day, like at the end of the school day, we might have the teachers that come in and we ask them all the same questions, ask what they feel are the strengths and challenges of the district, what qualifications they think or background they think the ideal superintendent should have, and anything else that they want to give in. We might then do the administration, but we would absolutely in the evening have a public input that anybody can come and we'll briefly, we'll briefly outline what the process is, where they're going, and the timeline and all that other stuff. But it's pretty open-ended for the public to come in and give their thoughts on the process.
And across all of these programs, is there like a certain number of these listening sessions that are attached to, one of these?
We generally do one, but if you're, for each of them, for each of your constituencies, if you feel that 2 nights or 2 times would be better, a day and a night, we can work with that. But in the end, they're giving their input and the responses that we get from them, and the online survey, you will get all that information and that will help inform you on sometimes the types of questions you may want to ask, what issues crop up that you may want to ask.
So just to clarify, do you typically get the public input when it comes to writing the job description as well? Or is it more around getting the questions that we might want to ask the candidate?
Yeah, and that's a good question. Yes, the job ad and qualifications are written by the school board, determined. So it's more about finding out the kinds of questions you might want to ask, the issues that the public or the staff feel are important, and and having that be part of the questions you ask, or informing your decision on the type of person that you might feel is the best fit for not only the district, but also your community.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Reese, for presenting this. Okay, in our agenda. All right, anything else? Report from the business administrator?
Okay, budget development continues and the state aid figures are expected to be released on the 29th of this week. The preliminary budget is to be submitted on March 20th to the state. Before tonight's meeting, we've been reviewing the transportation consultant's report and looking at recommendations to implement new software, review policy of hazardous routes, and reviewing subscription busing routes. Facility updates. Governor Livingston, down trees were removed over the last 2 weeks. Maintenance crew repaired fencing there at the school. Night supervisor interviews were completed. Potholes are going to be repaired in spring. Two-way radios are scheduled for service. Roofing repairs continuing, and TV monitors will be hung in the cafeteria for menu displays. At Mary Kay, two-way radios are scheduled for service there as well. Tree work is scheduled for the spring. Fence repair is scheduled for the upper playground. And a new fence will be erected for the lower parking lot. A new hot water heater was installed there. New hand washing sinks were installed as per the health department, and front door repaired for swipe card features. Mountain Park roof and chimney repairs were scheduled. Ongoing potholes are to be repaired in the spring. Painting in the hallways has been completed, and intercom system repairs were done. At the U School, we had hand washing sinks were installed as per the health department as well. And we also had equipment repairs for snow plowing. What was the other? Oh, and at the Central Middle School, we had the two-way radios was also scheduled for service. There was also an ash tree that was removed on Plainfield Avenue, and TV monitors are going to be hung in the cafeteria for menus. In addition, the district is applying for E-rate funding for some technology updates for the district, where the district would receive 40% in funding toward the project. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
We have some questions.
Oh, yes. Yes, questions from the board.
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Khanna.
So a quick question. I believe the CMS Blue Gym had some ongoing maintenance for their heat.
Yes.
And that,
That's
I didn't catch it, but that's been resolved now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I think it was resolved 2 weeks ago, Monday. Yes.
Mrs. Jolly.
So I think, Mr. Secretary, you mentioned earlier during the meeting, during the transportation presentation, that you have a meeting scheduled for March 25th as a kickoff for the new transportation software. So this is after the preliminary budget is due to the state. So how are we incorporating the transportation survey and the findings into our budget estimates?
Well, as what was stated with the subscription busing and the routes, as the consolidation was stated, what the routes that we have are going to be more aligned to what they should be as opposed to estimated to what they were. So when we go through in developing the policy, which will be coming forth, you'll be seeing where those routes are. And the numbers, once the software is going to be initiated, we're going to see improvement. But until that happens, I'm not going to know affirmatively what's going to happen with that. Ms. Sheehan is using estimated numbers, and she's advanced students on in her present software in order to determine what we have for subscription busing to give me revenue numbers. And we're pretty much going to hold those the same going forward. But until we have a more accurate number when that software does come out, that's going to be forthcoming for the next year. And I believe in our conversations that we had, until that software does come out, we're working toward next year at this point. So I know it doesn't give you the best thing, but we're working with what we have. And until it's a kickoff meeting, but they still need more time to put the mapping in, and the students need to be put in. They're just going to give us what they're going to be doing on the 25th of March of what they're doing, and probably a timeline going forward.
Questions other from the board before I get back to Ms. Khanna? Mrs. Khanna.
So maybe if we can just get a high level understanding of, as you're going through the budget development process, we had the concept of courtesy busing and we had the concept of subscription busing. I'm leaving all the mandated busing aside for a moment. Can you give us an idea of, in the assumptions that you're making for the budget, are we still moving ahead with the idea that there is a concept of courtesy busing and there is a concept of subscription busing? Is that still as it was for the current school year, for the last school year?
That's correct.
And is it a fair understanding that the courtesy busing, so that is the definition of those students that will not pay for the busing, although they are within the 2 or the 2.5 mile radius?
That's correct. It's aligning more of where those individuals lie and who will receive it and who will not.
Okay, so subscription busing is still a service that will be available to those students who are within the 2.5 mile radius that don't fall under a designated policy, so to speak. But if they wish to get the service, then we will provide that service at a cost. Is that right?
That is correct, and provided that there is room on the bus for that to occur. I believe that there is. And as we go forward, Mrs. Sheehan is looking at that, but we do have room on the buses for that service.
Okay, so as we go through the budget conversation, it'll be very important for all of us to understand what are some of those grounding assumptions in terms of numbers, or how we've created the budget and the assumptions on revenues.
That is correct.
Yes, Mrs. Stanley.
So the goal, though, right, we had the presentation tonight. The goal now is that we would send this to the policy committee, and the policy committee would really decide which roads are hazardous, and that we would be switching from courtesy busing to hazardous busing, right? We are essentially getting rid of courtesy busing for next year, as long as the policy committee pulls this policy through, right? Is that we would be switching.
We've had a recommendation from the consultants
Right.
that outlined, as they've stated before, subscription, courtesy, and the hazardous. And that is all incorporated into the policy.
Mhm.
And once the board gets to see the first and second readings on those, they'll have a better understanding of what we're dealing with.
So the goal is to have mandated, hazardous, and then subscription busing. Those would be the only 3 types that we're hoping for next year, as long as the policy committee makes this policy.
That is correct. That's why we had the presentation this evening. Now this sets forward what we need to do going forward.
And now for the budget, right? Like the budget is just a budget, right? We're at how much the expenses will be next year.
That's why it's a budget, and that's why it has to be
Right.
done earlier.
Right.
If we knew what those costs, any costs were at this point in time, that would be a crystal ball.
Right. So going into the budget, right, we're estimating that we will be removing subscription busing, but possibly making most of that into thing based on the recommendation of the
There's, as you've seen, there's parts of it that are hazardous and hasn't been deemed hazardous
Exactly.
before. So you have to start the plan going forward. And in order for that to happen, then that would probably make those routes where we would get aid for that route from the state. And then until we see what we would get in based upon those figures, then we can start probably putting that type of funding in the budget.
Exactly.
But until we can see it, we don't know it.
Right. So we're going to budget for having to pay for that, but we probably will get some funding back. That's the hope.
Correct. Correct.
Awesome.
Mrs. Penna.
So just to clarify, when the finance committee arranged to actually have the consultants come in, the end date was always to be the beginning of the new school year in September. So that was always the goal, to be September 2024 was when this was to be eligible.
Thank you. Any other comments? And Mr. Secretary, I understand that Mrs. Sheehan is willing to do a public town hall meeting in April 29th, around that time, for the public to come and have any questions also.
Correct.
Okay, so we will be talking about that to the public about when that comes up. Mrs. Stanley.
That's with the idea that the policy committee would hopefully have that policy actually done and ready for the public to see, so they have the ability to ask questions.
Thank you for that correction. Yes.
Okay.
Making sure the policy committee has done that. Okay. And that concludes your report.
That is correct.
Thank you. This is our section for comments from the public. I apologize for our late hour. During this portion of the meeting, district residents and staff are invited to address the Board of Education on agenda items only. The board requests that the individual state their name and town of residence or school of attendance and address for the record. All comments should be directed to the board president, depending upon the nature and complexity of the question. It may or may not be answered during the meeting by the administration. If so, the response would occur after this public portion of the meeting has concluded. Although the board may not respond to all items raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey. The board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by the members of the public. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from or adjournment of that meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. Is there anyone for the public who would like to come up? Please state your name, address, and I'll start the 3 minutes at that time.
Hi, my name is Teresa Buffano. I live on, do I have to say my full address?
Yes, please.
35 Winship Road in Summit, New Jersey.
Teresa, could you spell your last name, please?
Bufano.
Yes.
It's a Summit address, but Berkeley Heights School District.
Thank you. And your address exactly again?
35
Mhm.
Winship,
Yes.
Winchip.
Thank you.
This is my first board meeting, so I don't know what I don't know. Curious about the audit report, if that is available for the public to view, or is that something that only the board gets to review?
It's online.
Okay, and if I have questions on it after I review it, what's the appropriate forum to send those through?
If you'll just direct the questions to me and then I will.
Sure,
work them.
Ms.
Thank you.
Bradford. Once I view it online, what is the appropriate forum to send questions?
Anything else?
When
All
I
questions
view the
first.
report online, what is the appropriate forum to send through questions I may have on it?
Correct. Any other questions you have?
What is the
I'm
forum for
sorry.
me to send those questions through?
Yes. Are you finished with all your comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Our board administrator, BA, would you please answer those questions for our community member?
Well, if you wanted to send them to me, you can send them to me and I'll see if I can answer those.
And your information's on the website as well?
Yes, it should be under the board office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karin Sicoli,
Could you spell that, please? Yes.
SICOLI, and I live at 49 Klein Place here in Berkeley Heights.
Thank you.
And I'd like to welcome the new board members and Happy New Year. I've missed a couple of board meetings, but I'm excited to be here today. The last presentation was very helpful from the experts on the superintendent search, so that they were able to answer some of my questions. But as far as the board's concerned, and if you could answer collectively, what specific qualities is this Board of Education looking for in a new superintendent that are different than what we've had? And how will this body make better choices going forward? And what are two main lessons or more that we have learned from current leadership that we cannot afford to make again? And the timetable, which the expert gave us, was the expedited timetable was 6 months. But as I'm recalling, it took somebody from the outside of this specific community to find you as president of the board. So I'm concerned as a community member that this board may not be able to find a consensus and this may drag on. And what happens in the meantime if we lose our current superintendent and we don't have a new superintendent? I'm just wondering if that's a possibility that could happen. That's it. And also, I'm assuming that we want to avoid any kind of ethical issues like nepotism and stuff that we've gone through and endured as a community in the past.
Thank you. We don't know what qualities we're going to look for a superintendent because we haven't taken a survey of us yet. But part of the process is going to be take a survey of our board members, of our community and our staff to see what qualities we're going to look at. Lessons that we may learn will have to come out when we do our surveys and we come up with our list of qualifications. The 6 months timeline was again when the stars aligned, so it may be longer. If we do not have a consensus, then we will continue with an acting or an interim superintendent. Until that time, we find a qualified permanent superintendent or CSA. Any other comments from the public?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jared Prupus. I teach over at Thomas P. Hughes Elementary School. I would like to congratulate Ms. Bradford on her appointment as president of the Berkeley Heights Board of Education. I have worked professionally with Ms. Bradford for many years. I have witnessed her dedication and commitment to this town. Her priority is the education and welfare of the children of Berkeley Heights. I look forward to experiencing the positive changes that will occur under her leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prupus. Do we have any other comments from the public? Okay. We will close this part of our agenda. And we are going to move on to the minutes. Resolution A, all board members. Do we have a motion to approve? Okay.
I second.
May we have a roll call vote, please? Oh, sorry. Is there any discussion?
Madam President? Before there were some corrections that needed to be made to the 18th minutes. I did make the corrections. The problem was that when they were sent out, there was a problem with the attachment and I didn't get out to the board members. So I know one of the concerns happened to be on page 8. I know it was, I believe, Mrs. Khanna, were you one of them? And so was Mr. Dr. Forger. On the top page, there was a differentiation, I guess, by the last vote where there was an abstention by Ms. Akiri and Mrs. Jolly for the meeting minutes from December 14th, I believe. And I guess what was missing was the word approval of meeting minutes. I know that there were some changes that went on prior to that final approval of vote. I think that was the only thing that needed to be done. If anybody needs to see that, I do have them with me. It's just the copy never got out because there was an issue.
So,
Mrs. Akiri, do you have a question?
yeah, so I was looking forward for that and it's 10 o'clock. And in the essence of time, can we not just move this for the next meeting?
That's fine. I'm just letting you know. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it, but it's 10.
So that would need to be a motion.
Excuse me, Mrs. Stanley?
That would need to be a motion, correct, to remove them from the agenda item? To table it?
There would be a motion to table the minutes from December 18th, sorry, January 18th.
Well, are we going to approve the 4th?
Okay.
Uh,
Dr. Forger.
Some minor point of order here. The motion is to approve A from January 4th. I think we should deal with that and then move on to B. Yeah, the motion was, motion was to approve January 4th.
No, it's for both.
A.
What? Oh, capital A. I read it as, I heard it as little a. Okay, so we're dealing with A and B together. Okay, I would like to just split or divide the question into A and B, and then we'll deal with A and then deal with B.
As I understand it, Mrs. Akiri is the only one who had not had a chance to see those minutes. I'm going to ask that we just approve capital A, both. And then if Mrs. Akiri wants the minutes, she can get them right now from our board attorney.
No, it's
No?
a motion.
Oh, sorry.
A motion to
Motion to
divide
table.
doesn't actually, you just do it. You don't.
No, okay,
Yes, we had the original motion. There's a motion and a second right now.
okay. So there's a
Yes.
motion and a second,
Oh, no,
No,
not tabling, just.
on approval.
Just on approval.
Right.
No, but AJ, can you
We have an
clarify
open motion.
if it was just me who didn't receive the January 18th as Mrs.
No,
Bradford
no,
is
it's,
saying?
it's, no, it's the
Can you
whole.
please clarify? Yeah.
No,
Thank
it's,
you for
it's
the
it's whole,
clarification.
it's the whole board.
Thank you for the clarification. So we have an open motion to approve our meeting minutes from A, the reorg meeting January 4th, and the minutes from January 18th. So we have an open motion for that. We had a second. We've had a discussion.
So I would just like to add that,
Mrs. Stanley, you have a question?
oh, sorry, yes. So the January 18th minutes, we've had those for 5 days. And some of the adjustments were like, I think that there are minor adjustments. Is there any way we could just possibly go over and look at them real quick so we can, move forward? Agree with that?
We have a motion. We have a second. We need a roll call, then you could vote yes or no.
The other option is to split it. Can we make a motion to split this and, So,
Yeah,
I
just
make a
move to
motion.
divide the question, that's all. But you can,
Ms. Bradford,
allow,
can I just-
after that, you can divide the question.
Can we,
I move to divide the question.
can we just
Okay.
vote?
Second,
Okay. Mrs. Penna, you had a comment?
I just wanted to clarify what we're voting on here, because
Right.
it's back and forth here.
Right, I want to be clear also. So we had an open motion, we had a motion to approve them, we had a second, and that motion was open. Now we have a second motion, a subsidiary to the second, to divide them.
And do we have? Tom, Dr. Forager made the motion?
Yeah.
divided.
second.
I have second. That's right.
Okay. So could we please restate the motion for approval of the minutes for a reorg session meetings from January 4th, 2024? Can we get it clear? Oh,
First we-
Okay.
Yeah, first we can vote.
first, we're going to vote on the motion to divide the main motion to a subsidiary motion. Can we have a roll call on that?
Dr. Forager. I'm going back.
Yes.
I think I just went back to my bad habit. I'm sorry. Mrs. Connor,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
No.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Mrs. Jolly,
Yes.
Mrs. Penna, Mrs. Stanley.
No.
Motion passes? Yes, I did. Mhm.
All right, we now have a subsidiary motion to our first motion to split the motions, we did that already. Okay,
Who's voting?
we have a motion to vote on A, the reorg session minutes from January 4th, 2024 for approval. May we have a vote?
So do I have to move that or?
You have to move it now?
Yeah.
It's already moved.
Oh, it's
It was moved and then divided.
It was moved
so now
and
now we
seconded.
can vote.
Okay.
So I'm going back to the
A.
original one with Mrs. Penn and Mrs. Stanley.
It's divided now, so you're voting on, you're gonna vote first on AA, then you're gonna vote on AB.
Separately.
Yeah, separately. That's, and so we need a motion and a second.
All right,
So-
do we have a motion to vote on AA?
So moved.
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Mrs. Stanley and Mrs. Penna.
Roll
Okay.
call.
Mrs. Stanley,
Yes.
Mrs. Penna,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Abstain.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Dr. Forager,
Abstain.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Ms. Jolly,
Yes, for the fourth.
and Ms. Connor.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We now have a second subsidiary motion to have approval on B, regular session minutes from January 18th, 2024.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any questions?
Any questions on that?
So I do have a question.
Yes.
We split this motion, and if we want to actually look at the minutes before we approve it, do we have the option to table it? Or are we going through a vote? If it didn't pass,
I put
it'll
it-
come back in the next meeting, basically. Okay, understood.
Roll call.
Mrs. Stanley,
Yes.
Ms. Penna,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Abstain.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Dr. Forager,
Yes. I'm sorry, abstain.
Mr. Hyman,
No.
Ms. Jolly,
Abstain.
Ms. Connor,
Abstain.
and we have motion fails.
So the motion to approve the minutes for the regular session from January 18th has failed, and that will be put on our next agenda, regular meeting of March 18th. Okay, we are moving on to administration. We have a resolution A through H, all board members.
I'll
Looking-
move A through H.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion will, discussion. Okay, we'll move on to a vote. A
Uh,
through H.
Mr. Hyman,
No to A, yes on B through H.
and you, that was no to A, you said?
A.
Ms. Penna,
Yes. Actually, no to A.
no to A, you said?
Mhm.
Okay. Ms. Akiri,
It's abstain to A, abstain from D, and yes to all. Yeah, all others. Abstain from A and abstain from D.
okay. Ms. Bradford,
No to A and yes to the others.
Dr. Forager,
Abstain on A, abstain on D, and yes to B, C, E, F, and G, and H.
Ms. Jolly,
I'm gonna abstain from A. On C, I'm going to abstain from the MKM cases of the HIB report.
So on C, you're abstaining or you're,
I'm abstaining on certain case numbers, if that's allowed.
I'm sure that it is. So you're going to abstain on C, case number
Cases MKM, cases ending in MKM.
NKM, okay?
And then I'm going to,
Natasha, it's D. HIB is D.
no,
No, she's looking at C.
Wait a minute.
It's C,
C is the report of superintendent.
HIB.
Mrs. Jolly, do you have a question you could address to the president or to the administrator on that?
I do not. I can continue with my vote.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Please do.
So on item C, as we said, I am abstaining on the MKM cases, and I'm abstaining on item D, and yes for all the rest.
Because of the revised agenda, I think we need to change our votes because the numbering has changed.
No. You didn't.
It changed from like the version that we had this afternoon is based on what we have the votes. So what the blue revised agenda that came out at 4 o'clock has a HIB under D, and that's what we want to, no, HIB under C, and that's what we want to abstain on. So can I change my vote?
AJ, I have the same problem. I said abstain on D, but I really meant, wait a minute, D is the substance abuse. That's okay. So, oh,
So just for accuracy, it has not changed since the draft.
thank you.
D's the semi-annual report.
Okay,
The individual
report of the
cases are safe.
superintendent has these HIB things.
That's item C.
Yeah. Okay,
The
I'm,
HIB.
okay, this is really confusing. All
They're
right.
two separate items.
Yeah.
There's an attachment for D.
All right,
C
I
is
see.
superintendent. report.
I see what's going on. Okay, so my vote, C is abstain and D is yes.
Can I just ask the attorney for clarification on changing a vote like this? Since it's not finished, or what's the?
He's clarifying why you're still in the voting.
The vote hasn't been announced yet.
It hasn't been announced yet. It hasn't.
So you're abstaining from C and D is my
No,
understanding,
no,
or is it just
No,
D?
no, I'll be very clear. The report of the superintendent is the really the HIB reports, and I'm abstaining on those. And then D is annual, some sort of annual report,
So we
semi-annual
abstain from
report.
C.
That's okay. Yes.
C only?
So C is abstain, but D is yes, and the rest are yes.
So it's A and C is what you're abstaining from.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
Same thing with me, AJ.
Okay. Mrs. Khanna?
Abstain on A, yes for B. On C, I want to abstain from the MKM cases. Yes for everything else, D, E, F, G, and H.
Ms. Stanley?
No to A, yes for B through H.
Okay, so everything is passed except for A. We have C. That is the only two items that did not pass.
Thank you. Moving on to,
For clarification.
of course, please go ahead, Ms. Jolly.
It's not all of C, it's just sections, pieces of C.
N, K, and M.
MKM cases.
Because I have just two abstentions 1, 2, and 3 abstentions for it completely. And I
Oh,
have,
okay.
and then I have 2 that were individuals off the cases, which means that it wouldn't pass.
Just those two, right? Just these two cases that are MKM specific, that's all.
But you have 1, 2, 3 others that would have it, and you have 2 that would be for partials, which would make that in a not passing vote, if I am not mistaken.
And I don't know what happens if the HIV report doesn't pass. I can reach out to Francis.
Yeah, it seems like legal
So I think the
ramifications.
question to clarify here is that, would that apply to all of C or just individual cases in C? Because I think what we've done, what we've able to do in the past is specific cases within, the report.
You abstained, you didn't vote. If you abstained, you removed yourself from that present and voting to go toward, so if you have a majority of those who did not abstain, it passed. You have a majority who did not abstain for the HIV report?
I had 1, I had Ms. Akiri, I had Dr. Forger.
They abstained. Did they abstain?
Yes, they
Yes.
abstained.
So who did not abstain?
Let's see, Mrs. Bradford, Mr. Hyman, Mrs. Penna, and Mrs. Stanley.
Then it passed.
But
That's
there's
4.
not a quorum on the question.
But
There's no quorum on the question. There's only 4 people that voted.
there's only 4 people who voted, but
Yeah.
from the abstentions removed present voting. You have
4 people.
A motion fails if there's no quorum.
they don't count as part of the quorum if they abstain.
Abstain means you're not counted as part of the quorum.
If it's present
Not
voting,
always.
it's present voting who would go to the majority. So the majority of those voting passed the reports, passed the HIV.
I think we could take a 5-minute recess to research this, but I'm pretty sure that abstention.
This is what occurred at the last
But-
meeting. with
yeah, I
regard to
know,
131, Stanley's abstention. And
It also seems that maybe people are not being
That-
being
I'm sorry,
disingenuous
I have
with
the,
their
I have the
vote.
floor.
Actually, Miss Bradford never gave you the floor.
Dr. Forger, please
All right.
continue.
Okay. I think this needs a little bit of research. We should take about 5 minutes. And the question of if there's not a quorum then voted, then you can, it fails. That's my understanding of Robert's rules.
And last time, the New Jersey Supreme Court decision that I showed is if you have 4 abstentions, you do not have the quorum, so it fails. So here we have 2 abstentions and 2 partial abstentions. So there was no quorum for this vote. Only 4 people voted out of an 8-member board.
Okay, the president's going to recommend a 5-minute recess for our attorney to take a look. The timer will start.
Can we have a first and a second to make it
Oh,
official?
sorry.
Because that was an issue the last time. So
Right.
this way we can,
Right,
we
I
get
can
to-
declare a recess.
and it's at 8:10:18.
Got it. Right. We are back in session now, public session. We have an answer to the question. Mr. Attorney, could you relay that information?
Our board bylaw,
They turned on the internet.
board bylaw policy 165. All motions shall require for adoption the majority vote of board members present and voting, except as provided by statute of the state of New Jersey, this bylaw or parliamentary authority, and provided that the number of affirmative votes is at least a majority of the board's quorum. The motion C that the business administrator was referring to passed.
However, when you have 4 people abstaining, only 4 voting, then the quorum on that question was not obtained. You did not have 5 people voting. So
It states a majority of the board's quorum. It doesn't state a majority of the board's quorum voting. Motion passed.
We're going to move on now to education. We need a motion for resolutions A through C, all board members.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, oh, sorry, discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Stanley.
Yes.
Ms. Penna? Ms. Akiri?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Dr. Forger?
yes.
Mr. Hyman?
Yes.
Ms. Jolly?
Yes.
Ms. Connor?
Yes to ABC.
Motion passes.
Motion passes. We're moving on to personnel, looking for a motion for resolutions A through N, all board members, and resolutions O through V, Berkeley Heights only. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call? Oh, discussion?
Chance for discussion.
Dr. Ford, do you have a discussion?
Okay, yes, on the annual audit, the resolution says that we're accepting the findings of the audit, but I believe that we need to have a vote on accepting the audit. I checked Summit, Westfield, and New Providence BOE, and they all have,
We're not there yet.
but, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Personnel.
Let's continue with our roll call vote. For personnel, we have a motion and we have a second. Mr. Secretary, can we proceed with the roll call vote
Oh,
for
I'm
personnel?
sorry, I thought we were still, never
Okay.
mind. Mr. Hyman?
Yes to items A through N.
Ms. Stanley?
Yes to all.
Ms. Akiri?
Yes to items A through N. Is this personnel?
Yes, we are on
Okay.
personnel.
Okay, so when do I make that, move the motion for an interim superintendent? That should be in this section, correct?
We have a motion to approve a resolution to approve the resolution. If you want to add a motion after,
Okay. Yeah, approve, yes to all.
Ms. Bradford?
yes to all.
Dr. Forger?
Yes to all.
Ms. Jolly?
Yes to all.
Ms. Connor?
Yes to items A through V.
Ms. Penna?
Yes to all.
Motion passes.
Can I make a motion?
Mrs. Akiri,
I would like to move a motion to initiate a job posting as of February 27th for interim superintendent.
The motion is to put forth a ad for,
A job posting for interim superintendent.
the motion is to put a job posting for the position of interim superintendent for the Berkeley Heights School District
Yeah, as of February 27th with tomorrow's date.
as of February 2nd. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Secretary, can we have a roll call vote?
Next clar-
Yes.
Clarification that the posting is tomorrow. You still have a superintendent, so the posting you're referring to, effect to have the posting occur tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, I made a motion to initiate and,
A search.
yeah,
That's very-
no, initiate a job, put a job posting for interim superintendent tomorrow. So it goes on the district website and wherever we post requesting people to apply for interim superintendent tomorrow.
Can I ask a question,
Mrs. Stanley?
Mr. Juskowitz, do you feel that that is enough time for you to prepare to do that job posting? Because if they're putting a stipulation that they want it for tomorrow, do you feel prepared to put that job posting tomorrow?
If I have one, I'll take a look. And then it depends on the paper. So again, it's the word initiate.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So if it gets out by the following day, if I don't have sufficient wording or I don't have a sufficient one, I will, do my due diligence to get one.
I think I can add something to this. I believe we don't really do the paper anymore, so it would probably, Miss Latsky would probably want to talk to Miss Bradford and Mr. Juskowitz and come up with a job posting.
Do we think that that is something that can happen in a day?
She does. I know she's out of the office in the morning. I would say she can initiate it, but I'm not sure it'll be posted on the website by tomorrow.
Mrs. Penna?
Can you recommend then a more appropriate date?
I
If
would
you
say it
think
would,
that's,
it would definitely be up by Wednesday. I could say if she can connect with Miss Bradford and Mr. Juskowitz at the same time, it'll go out on Frontline, it'll be posted to Ed Week Top School Jobs, all those things. But when, I would give her another day. I'd give her Wednesday since she's out in the morning.
that's reasonable. So Wednesday.
Okay.
So do we need to make an amendment to that motion?
Yes.
Mhm. Well, initiating was tomorrow, so we're going to initiate it. So do we need an amendment?
Agreement then, but.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just get going with it.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Exactly.
Yes. Roll call, please.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes.
Miss Bradford,
Yes.
Dr. Forager,
Yes.
Miss Charlie,
Yes.
Miss Connor,
Yes.
Miss Penna,
This is for Wednesday, right? Yes.
Miss Stanley,
Yes.
motion passes.
Moving on to business. We need a resolution to move resolutions A through I, all board members, and resolutions J through K, Berkeley Heights only. Then we have something else
Sidebar.
Miss-
with a sidebar
You have a walk-in.
after.
You have a walk-in resolution.
And if you'd like to read it, or if you'd like to read it?
Absolutely.
That's the, yes, that's
Yes.
the,
Okay.
as,
So I'm reading a walk-on, a resolution under business. This is approved sidebar agreement. Resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, approves the sidebar agreement between the Berkeley Heights Board of Education and the Berkeley Heights Education Association Custodial, Maintenance, and Transportation Personnel Unit pertaining to bus drivers' hourly pay rates.
So moved.
Discussion.
What's the resolution
Excuse me, Mrs.
number? Yeah.
Mrs. Akiri, say it again, please.
1, 2.
Mhm.
Pen.
That says administration, you're under business right now. Yes. Well, that says administration, because you have two I's in business, so you need to clarify.
Apologies, we need a clarification.
Business, yes.
Mhm.
Gonna add the business, it's not gonna be high, it's gonna be.
L.
All right, if we add this to administration, to business, the approved sidebar agreement will now be moved to L. Do I need to read it again? Business, L, approved sidebar agreement. Resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, approves the sidebar agreement between the Berkeley Heights Board of Education and the Berkeley Heights Education Association Custodial Maintenance and Transportation Personnel Unit pertaining to bus driver hourly pay rates. Discussion. Roll call. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize the pen up.
Sorry. Okay, so the sidebar agreement is to raise to these rates from the current rate. And the current rate was approved, I think, back in September in that time frame. So, and I know busing and getting drivers has always been an issue. So I guess my question is, why wasn't this, I guess, brought forth sooner? Like, why now? That's question one. And then the second question, does the sidebar agreement need to be approved in regular session, or can it be added to as an agenda item in a special meeting?
I believe it has to be approved during a regular session. And the need was not available. The need was not needed. Why it was not approved earlier. Oh, sorry.
So we didn't realize, we started losing bus drivers to other districts. And then when the last bus driver left us for a higher pay rate, we knew we were in trouble. So we had to contract out. And I think the route is costing us right around $60,000. Where paying our own people would cost us right around $10,000. So it just seemed like a prudent financial decision for us to make.
Okay, we'll continue. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Jolly.
And just a follow-up question to that. So, by increasing the rates, we don't automatically, because we are in contract with with the carriers, right? So we still continue to pay, those companies that we are currently contracted for, that we had to go out and contract that route, right? So, we were not instantly, if we bring people in, it's not that we can get out of that contract that we have until a certain point in time?
Possibly not the one, I'm not sure, as we discussed earlier, Mr. Juskowitz will have to go check the contract. However, all the athletic busing that we're sending out to My Limo and all these other private vendors, we could have that in-house and save money in that manner. But I'm not sure about the first student contract that we had to go out for.
Mrs. Khanna.
So my question is, we approve this raise today. What sort of retention does that guarantee? And maybe guarantee is a strong word, but what stops somebody from saying yes, quitting and going somewhere else for something better? And we are sort of still stuck in the position that we are in.
Right now, I would say that this will guarantee us having someone at least till the end of the year. However, every district is fighting for bus drivers. So everyone continues to increase their rates to draw in bus drivers. So I can't give you a guarantee past June.
But if somebody was to be onboarded, as early as next month, am I hearing that right? That the $68,000, is that the right number?
It's right around 68,000.
Around 68. Are we actually going to save those 68,000, or they are?
As I said to Ms.
committed?
Jolly, we will definitely save on all the money we're spending for our athletic busing because we have to farm most of that out because we do not have routes or a bus driver for that right now. We have buses, we just have no one to drive them.
Okay, so we are certain that we will save that.
We will save that money. We spend a fortune on contracting out our athletic busing.
Okay.
I
Got it.
can't promise the first student. I don't know how that contract works.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Stanley.
So just to put like this in context too, right? Like we just negotiated the so like that was over the summer that had been finalized. And since then, we have seen the rates go up, right? So this is not that we didn't know what the rates were. It's just that everyone else is trying to get bus drivers. So they're going up and then we have to go up and we're going up again, right? We're in a fight right now to get these. So again, it's not that we were so much lower than other people, because even over the summer, we were pretty standard when we were looking at contract negotiations. It's just that everyone's in this situation where they're struggling to get bus drivers.
Yes, Mrs. Penna.
In fact, we actually did, just recently, several months back, I think, do a sidebar to do it because that was the rate. And then I think they've gone up since then. So we actually did bring the rates up to be consistent with other districts. And then I think they've hiked theirs up again. So it seems to be ongoing.
Thank you. Dr. Forager.
Yeah, we had a list, the administration did surveys of, and gave us data on hourly rates on other districts, and I sorted that and I gave it out to everybody, and I saw that this would actually put us at the top of the scale, and there's, you could probably knock about $5 off and come out more in the middle of the scale. So.
Okay, we're going to go to a roll call vote.
Okay, so with regard to this, I want to be able to amend B. When is the time to do that?
I'm sorry, we're. Mhm.
Business B, yes. What? Yes, I'd like to, actually, I think I'd like to just offer an amendment to B. B has to do with accepting the annual audit. And the resolution says that we're accepting the findings of the audit. But I believe what we actually need to do is have a vote on accepting the entire audit, not just the findings. To confirm that, I checked with Summit, Westfield, and New Providence, and I looked at their minutes, and they all had a separate vote to accept the audit in addition to accepting findings. So what I'd like to do is suggest, and I did bring up in the presentation with the auditor, some things, concerns about the org chart. So what I'd like to do here is accept the audit, subject to showing the details of the business office staff in accordance with NJAC 6A:23A-6.5. That's the thing about showing separation of duties on the org chart, and to provide an org chart as it existed for 22-23, and then postpone this final acceptance vote on the audit to the next meeting. So that's my amendment.
Dr. Forger, you're wanting a subsidiary motion, and
Yes,
I'm making a motion for that.
yes.
Yes, what is your motion? I did not follow it.
Okay, I move to amend the resolution to say we accept the audit subject to showing the details of the business office staff in accordance with NJAC 6A:23A-6.5, and subject to providing an org chart as it existed for 22.
Right.
Okay,
Do you have that written down?
yes, I do.
Could you
Okay.
pass it over to us, please?
Well, if I do that, then I won't be able to read it. So I'll go slowly. How's that? Okay. I move to amend to say we accept the audit subject to showing the details of business office staff in accord with NJAC 6A:23A-6.5. Okay. And to provide an org chart as it existed for 22-23, since the one in the audit report is old. And so it's to say, and to provide an org chart as it existed in 22-23. And to postpone the final acceptance until the next meeting when we have that information.
Thank you. Do,
But can
okay,
can
yes, please.
Just have a
Mhm.
discussion?
Sure.
It seems like what you're proposing though is to not accept B. Does B have to be accepted tonight pursuant to your?
No.
order? Because.
Um,
what you're
No,
proposing
it
is-
doesn't have to be accepted tonight. I'm
Uh, uh,
figuring,
uh,
I'm giving him time to just get it to us for the next
So-
meeting.
So instead of amending it, you're basically not approving it until these things are added, is what you're stating.
I'm going to say that the state county office is going to take a different approach to it. And
Okay.
I'm not sure, as I've alluded to before, I know that you
Yeah.
spoke about a reorganization chart
Yeah.
and how it was not sufficient to what you were looking for. I know this relates to the 22-23 year. As I stated, I'm in the middle of a budget, and what I was been trying to state to you, but you haven't listened at all, was I wanted to.
Excuse me, that's kind of insulting. I do.
No,
listen.
but I've explained to you, and I have
Yeah.
explained on many occasions what I wanted to do
Yeah.
was I had wanted to work with, in conjunction with the superintendent's office, and get a more straightened and aligned, um, what's the word I'm looking for?
Okay, but how much time do you need? Can you get it done by next month?
Well, I'm still, I will try my best to do it by next month.
Thank you. That's all I want.
But then is your motion withdrawn then?
Well, if we can get it, if we can get these revisions for next month, and then tonight we just approve the findings, but not the entire audit. And then the next month, we can vote on the entire audit.
That's what he has. That's what's in your agenda.
Yeah, but I'm trying to, look, I'm just trying to get a correct org chart.
I know.
All right.
That's
All right.
That's in your, you said except just the findings, right? This- just accept the
Well,
findings,
we could
right?
do it all in once, and we could do it all in one motion next meeting, yeah. Yeah.
I am still not following Dr. Forger.
Can I,
Mhm. We could
Accepting
accept the
this.
motion here and then
Yes.
add on to it when we get the, we have the findings, but then when we get the reorg that goes to the year, we can add it. So in essence, leaving
No.
it the way it is and withdrawing your motion.
No.
Excuse me, I'm
Mrs.
talking with Dr. Forger.
Okay.
Dr. Forger, about your motion?
Let me tell you what I'm really looking for here. I'm looking for a corrected org chart. I'm looking to get that into this year's audit. And I'm looking to then vote on it at the next meeting. I'm looking to give them enough time so it gets done this year. That's all I want. And if I can get an assurance that that'll happen, then we can move on. Right?
I said that I will do my
Yeah.
best to get it there because the next meeting is the 18th for our budget.
So, Mr. Forger, you are withdrawing your motion? Dr. Forger, sorry. You're withdrawing your motion because we're accepting the findings, but then we're going to add the information in the reorg chart that you requested by the March 18th meeting.
Yes. So we will, okay, as long as we have a vote on the 18th, yes.
Excuse me, as long as we have a vote on the what? I couldn't hear your last.
Yeah, next meeting, as long as we can vote on it next meeting.
Okay, so we're gonna,
Again, in addition to the vote on B as it currently is drafted. Is that correct?
Yeah.
can I make a suggestion?
Yes,
Tom?
yes.
I think the point you're trying to get is there is the findings of the report that we would accept, and then there is the actual report itself that
Right,
we want to
Right.
accept.
And I think
Yes,
we definitely need to vote on both.
correct. I hear you. So if we were to hear motion B, when you read the words, it basically says we are accepting the findings. Yes, the actual title says we are accepting the annual audit report. Would it work for everybody if we actually say we are accepting the findings of the 2022-2023 annual audit? And that's just the findings. And then, the, however long it takes to get the org chart, get it updated, it's perhaps in the next meeting that we would actually accept the report. Is that workable?
I'm going to say yes at this point.
I thought that's what we established.
But I
Ms.
basically
Donna is
put
just
fine.
asking to amend the caption.
Just to be like super clear, is that easier to do? I'm trying to figure out what's workable here.
I'm still
Okay,
not particularly clear what's actually happening, but.
Dr. Forger, are you withdrawing your motion? Your subsidiary motion?
Okay, I'll withdraw it, but that actually takes a vote, doesn't it?
No, because we never had a second.
Never had
Okay.
a second?
Mrs. Stanley, I'm gonna postpone your question. It is close to 11. Is this essential?
So I want to get clarification.
Okay.
If we go and change it to findings.
It is.
So I
It
want
already
to
is findings.
No.
Oh,
no, she wanted to change the,
That's what I said to make this move forward.
she wanted to change B to accept the 2023 annual report audit, I'm sorry, annual audit to findings of the annual audit. She wanted to
except the
change that.
22 findings.
Findings of.
But
Findings of.
My
Okay.
question is to the business administrator, how does that work with us actually sending this to Union County then? So what we're saying is that we're going to accept the findings, but we're not actually accepting the report until another month?
I would suggest that we do both the findings and the audit because that's what the intention was to be put in here.
Exactly, yeah.
So that was what the intention was, to do both in a combined resolution. So I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
I'm really not.
If
So
I
when
may-
we were in a Union County NJSBA meeting, many of us were there, and I remember the guy kept saying, it's not the end of the world. And since we know that this is important, right, just making sure that board members have it for the future. But when we're in the middle of a budget, I'm hearing from our business administrator that this is not the end of the world and that we need to focus on the budget, which we know we're already a little bit behind on. So I disagree with changing this. I think we just need to accept the annual audit and not keep amending this.
Mrs. Penna.
And I make a suggestion that we just accept this as is so that we can move forward. And then if there's anything additional that Dr. Forager wants and we can put it on the March 18th meeting, but so that we can move forward, yes, please. Can we just accept this as is?
So,
Mrs.
Mrs. Penna,
Bradford,
would you
I-
withdraw what you have?
I want to hear what Natasha's going to
Okay.
say.
Just a quick
Mrs. Jolly.
question. Thank you. Mr. Juskowitz, if you send the report to the county as is, and then we go ahead and get, in the time that you have, get the updated org chart and the changes that Dr. Forager would like, can that report be resent to the county? Or does it, can it, or is the one that if this version, if you send it now, will be the one that lives as the
I'm going to say this. I've never been put in that position before. I don't particularly know the reorg chart that's been in there. I didn't have that information. It's been in there for the last several years, from my understanding from the auditor, because I wasn't here last year. So I'm just miffed. I don't have that answer. I don't.
That change anything substantive about the report itself, because it's reorganization chart.
In my opinion, the audit report is for the financial purposes is what the state is looking for. The reorg chart, I don't know how much credence they put into it and whether that is anything that's outstanding that does anything. I really don't know, because people down at the state level could probably tell me that. I don't know.
Mrs.
Honestly, I
Bradford,
don't know.
had my
I would
hand
like to end this discussion. I know we could keep going on. It is almost 11 o'clock. Let us see if we can accept this as it is and then add later if we need to change the reorg, and we'll ask our business administrator to see if it makes a substantial change. So we're going to go ahead with our vote.
I have a discussion on A2
Okay,
on
I am
business.
closing the discussion. Oh, is this another part of the business? Yes, which one? Sorry, Mrs. Geary.
No, Mrs. Bradford, I wanted to talk about this item and another item, and I had my hand up. You went through this row.
Correct,
You
but I
turned
need
around.
to move our meeting along.
Yes,
Do you
I
have
understand.
something other than B to discuss?
So I have a point on B, which is very relevant because we have already submitted the audit report. The auditor has already submitted it to the State Department of Ed. So I don't understand county comes under the State Department of Ed. So what difference does it make if it has already been submitted? It's on the DOE website with this mistake. So there is no sense of urgency for us to vote on it on February 26th. We can vote on this on the March 18th. And I feel it is kind of, reverse order that we are accepting the findings, but, not the audit report. It's already with the state.
From my understanding, the county, that's sent to the state. What they want is the approval done as soon as possible. If you want to delay it, then CUSAC points, let it be.
I'm
And
going
I'll leave it
to-
at that.
I'm going to deny that. We're going to go ahead and proceed with this vote as it is. Please call roll.
Mrs. Stanley,
Accepting as is.
Yes, I am accepting all, including the new item L.
Ms. Penna,
Yes, A through L.
Ms. Curie,
It's a no on audit and a no on sidebar agreement.
so that is going to be B and L is an A
Um,
and all the rest is an A.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's B is a no, G is a no, and a L is a no, the sidebar, the walk-in. I don't want to be surprised. If we don't want to be, if you don't want surprises from us, we shouldn't be surprised with walk-ins. Thank you.
So B, G, and L is what you've voted no to. Okay. Ms. Bradford,
Yes to all.
Dr. Forager,
No to B, G, and L, yes to the rest.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes on items A through I and L. And L, not N-O. That makes sense. So everything but J and K.
Ms. Jolly,
I'm going to, yes on A. I'm going to abstain on B. Yes to C, yes to D. Yes to E, F. Yes to G, H. I, J, and K. Item L, I'm going to vote no for now.
so I have a no for L, an abstain for B, and yes to everything else. Okay, thank you. Ms. Connor,
Yes to A, yes to B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. L is the walk-in agreement, yes? Sidebar. I'm gonna abstain from that.
so you've voted yes to everything except for abstaining to L. Okay, so I have one abstention of L. So that brings that down to 7. We have 3 no's. So that means that L did not pass, if I'm correct with that.
How many voted yes?
We have 1, 2, wait a second, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Passed. The abstentions.
Oh, that's right, because of what we just went through before. Okay,
Thank you. Moving on to finance, a motion for resolutions A through D, all board members.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
discussion?
I paid the bills,
Sorry,
or I looked over the bill.
Mrs. Stanley, thank you. Okay, and no other discussion? Roll call?
I did not pay them.
Yes, you reviewed them.
Ms. Stanley,
Yes.
Ms. Penna,
Yes.
Ms. Connor,
Yes to B, C, and D. On A, yes to everything and no to checks 209553, 209413,
553,
209413, and 209519.
5. Okay.
Yes, I said it.
Ms. Jolly,
I'm voting yes on everything from B to D, right? And on item A, everything except I am abstaining on check number 209413. I am abstaining on check 209553 and 209519.
so that was 209, 553, 413, and 519.
Correct.
And that's an abstain on those three.
Correct.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes to all.
Dr. Forager,
No on checks 209553, check 209413, 209519, and yes to everything else.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes to all.
Ms. Curie,
On A, it's a no on check number 209553, 209413, 209519, and 209540. And yes to B, abstain from C and D.
so you're abstaining from C and D. That is an yes to A. And your no to check number 209, 553, 413, and 519?
And 209540.
540. Okay, so I have 3 nays for those 3 checks and an abstention. The abstention. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses, 3 noes, and 1 abstention, which means that those checks pass. So a motion does pass.
Mr. Secretary, the check that was not passed last time, do we have anything on that?
That was in this.
It was, thank
Yes.
you. I'm going to go and not read again the comments. Do we have any comments from the public?
I'm Karen Sicoli and I live at 49 Blind Place. My comments concern secrecy. Are there other school policies that would enable or empower our school district employees to keep secrets from parents, or only policy 5756? Is our district currently withholding student information from parents? And do the teachers want to withhold information from parents? Is this they signed up for? And do they feel comfortable doing that? And following up on the June diversity, equity, inclusion climate assessment survey, last June, surveying our 11 to 18-year-olds about their religion, race, nationality, gender, sexuality, and family income. Have those results come to light? Is this board interested in those results, or was it just an exercise? And are there any plans for another data mining initiative of our students? And also, is there any feedback from teachers regarding the building thinking classroom in math? We've had a very bad experience in that where learning was not the result. And I was just wondering if that's something the curriculum liaison could talk to us about.
Thank you. Dr. Varley, can you deal or answer any questions here on secrecy policy 5756, withholding student information, teachers wanting to withhold information, and then the climate survey?
I'm not aware that we're withholding any information. Granted, if students tell a teacher something in confidence, I would assume as a reasonable adult, you would not share that information. However, I can't hypothesize on something that teachers are keeping or administrators are keeping from parents. As far as the survey results, I know Mr. Hopkins has given those out to principals and they're developing their action plans. I am unsure if there will be another one sent. I will reach out to him to find out that information and I will email you. I do have your email. And building thinking classrooms, I know Dr. Giordano and I both met with teachers about building thinking classrooms. And I know it's been brought up in the curriculum liaison. I will tell you, the teachers I met with were very supportive and wanted more professional development on building thinking classrooms. And then Dr. Giordano was in the curriculum liaison, so I'll let him talk about that.
Right. So as I stated prior, we're not a building things classroom district. I know in the past, I can't go in the past and change things. I wish to God, believe me, I stay awake thinking I wish I could change things. It's just another tool for the teachers in the toolbox to use. It's just a different, Miss Curtis, I meet with her regularly. She's going over that with teachers. It's just another tool in their toolbox. If you're having a specific concern with your child's teacher, follow the chain of command. We've had this conversation, I know, but we are not a building thing classroom district. We aren't. I'm telling you this I'm never going to grow hair again. We just aren't. So I appreciate that. And I will keep bringing that. It's brought up in the curriculum PTO meetings.
Just to clarify, teachers aren't required to use the toolbox of building thinking classroom, but they have the option of using it in their
Correct.
math class.
Correct.
So it's a teacher classroom
Absolutely.
specific.
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Are there other comments from the public?
Teresa Bafano, 35 Winship Road. Curious why payroll went up over 40% from pay period to pay period. And then just in general, in terms of boards, again, I said this is my first time here, so curious where I can get information on what Ms. Rees mentioned as board norms. So what are our board norms? How do meetings operate? What are kind of the guidelines? I'm hearing a lot of terms that I'm familiar with in a business setting, but I'm seeing that it's different in a school board setting. So how can I get more information on just how it works?
After the meeting, I'll give you my email address to address the first question, and I have some stuff that I have from school boards that might help.
Great, thank you.
Okay, are there any other public comments? Public session is closed. We're moving to new business. We had two things on here. The increase of legal spending and the annual professional appointments expired in December 2023. I move that we just wait till our next meeting to address those in new business. Discussion.
So I had requested an item and I've given more than 48-hour notice, but it was not added to the agenda. And that is an RFP for attorney. So I would like to, have the board secretary, and I don't know if this, I think we had a little bit of a debate if this requires board approval in order to, for the board secretary to issue an RFP. There was an RFP done back in September of last year, but the terms of the RFP had like a start date of January 1st, 2024. And at this point, it is, quite stale. So where we might want to issue a new one to get, certain firms may reapply that we have already applied, but that's fine. Maybe their rates changed, maybe something's changed. So I think it's good that we get this done so that we are not in a rush and come June 30th.
Thank you. We'll add that to new business. The increased legal spending
Yes,
and the.
Mrs. Bradford, I
Yes, Mrs.
already,
Zakiri.
last time, because the meeting went on till 10, I agreed to move it to the next meeting. But looks like the pattern of the meetings is we are going to cram as much as we can in superintendent's report and business administrator's report. So it looks like every meeting is going to be, and we are seeing uh, new ways of conducting business with a timer for the board members, but there is like unlimited time for reports. So it's going to be quick. It's 5 minutes. You can move the annual business appointments to next year. Under new business, I would like to move a motion to invite the board attorney to our next meeting on March 18th, and then the subsequent meeting of budget in April. That's my motion.
We don't vote or we don't have anything for emotions,
I
voting
second the
for new
motion.
business. Right? Right.
Oh, what is the decision? Yeah, in new business, we can move a vote. Who says if we can move a motion in new business? It was, you got almost 1.5 months of advance notice, and the motion is on the floor. So, I have a second, so I think we need to move ahead with that. Thank you.
Mrs. Stanley.
So according to Robert's rules, being disingenuous with motions is kind of a no-no. So I do believe that this is a disingenuous motion. I also think it's improper because, again, we were not asked at any point that this motion was going to be brought up, so I am not prepared. What? Yes, I'll make a point of order that this is out of order because, again, right, we were not, I was not told that I was going to be having to vote on a motion tonight, which is why we try to follow Robert's rules and our policies.
There's
president-
nothing out of
The
order.
point of
Oh,
order being called.
The president rules that the point of order is valid. There will be no motion.
I'd just like to mention as well that we're making our reports long. These reports that we have are brought in for information for the board. So we're not making them long. They're here for the board, such as the superintendent search, the transportation presentation. It is for the board. It's not necessarily for myself, and I'm making a long presentation. I'm bringing the information to the board. I just want to clarify that to everybody that's sitting here at this table.
So this new business will be moved to our next meeting on March 18th. Okay. Okay, Dr. Forager, you have a comment?
Yes, I'd like to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Okay, the ruling is appealed and denied by the chair.
No, that takes a vote of the board.
Oh, the appeal takes a vote. Okay. Okay. We need a vote, appeal on my decision, point of order ruling to not go forward with that motion.
Okay, so this is appeal for not moving forward with motion.
The point of order of board president.
Appeal for-
On Ms. Stanley's point of order.
Okay, and we have the motion was by who?
Tom, I'll second it.
So you have to state it so it's clear what a yes vote means and what a no vote means. His motion was to appeal it. So it would be, a yes would be to grant Dr. Forager's appeal and overturn the board president. A no would be denying the appeal.
Can you speak in the mic?
Just to clarify the vote, that everyone knows what they're voting on and what a yes means and what a no means, unless anybody disagrees or wants to state it differently. Dr. Forager's appeal is to overturn the point of order determination ruling of the board president. So a vote of yes would be to grant Dr. Forager's appeal. A vote of no would be to deny Dr. Forager's appeal and uphold the board president's ruling.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
No.
Dr. Forager,
Yes.
Mr. Hyman,
No.
Ms. Jolly,
Yes.
Ms. Connor,
Yes.
Ms. Penna,
No.
Ms. Stanley.
No.
So we have a 4-4 tie.
So the determination is upheld. I make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Oh, I ask for a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Second discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Woo, she likes